welcome to the 5ers live trading room. We got the S&P 500 what's that word? That word, you know, the ball. Take the ball, you drop the ball bounces. That's right, that's exactly what happens. The S&P 500 is bouncing back after a actually, it's bouncing back yesterday. I don't know, like it's Tuesday. It bounced back on Monday. You all know what happened. The market bounced back after last week's. We had a lot of major news events last week. We had, of course, Trump. You know, waking up, showing violence, tariffs, going crazy. All right, we got James coming on as a guest here as well. Let me know, James, if you're ready for me to add you. All right, let's go. We do that little. All right, there we go. What's up, James? Welcome, everyone. No, not welcome, everyone. Welcome you. Welcome, James. I'm tired this morning. Sorry.
Yeah, same. How you doing? Good.
How are you, man?
Yeah,
all right.
Fantastic.
All right. Nice to finally have you on. We were gonna have you on. Not sure, like last week or week before that. You had some technical issues, but it seems to be all sorted now.
Yeah, we're good. I'm excited to be on here. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Nice. Well, okay, so you're completely new here. We have lots of new viewers coming in here as well, and they would probably love to know, who are you? Who's James? And why are you here? Are you a trader? And what type of trader are you? Maybe a quick little introduction to yourself and your trading journey so far.
Yeah, so I started trading back in about 2017, 2018, just initially got into it, and then started trading, left school, and worked part-time, did jobs, but was focused on trying to learn the skill of trading, getting consistent. So that was quite a few years ago. And then I started documenting my journey on YouTube, started building up a little bit small following of people trying to relate to someone who's on the same page as them, because not many people get involved in this and not many people I know in real life do it. So started documenting my journey, my prop firm challenges and everything like that. And just my lessons, my breakthroughs from going from inconsistent to this year breaking through to consistency. And yeah, just documenting everything. I haven't seen too many people document it from the start. Either people come onto YouTube or come onto social media, either not profitable or already profitable. So I've documented all the losses, all the wins, all the lessons, and yeah, got to a point now where I'm still striving to keep consistent, but this year's been a good year so far. So just trying to grow everything, the challenges, and get capital, and yeah.
Oh, I'm muted. That's
why.
I
didn't know what's going on.
Right. Well, you know, the audience, they're very quick to note whenever I'm muted, because I got this little mute button right here, and a lot of times I forget to press it. So yeah, okay. So I had some wonderful words to say about you and your YouTube channel. Let me see if I can do that again. So I have checked out your YouTube channel, and I think it's wonderful. I think it's to be able to share the losses, share the wins as well. I mean, we got a lot of people, they're renting a Lamborghini, driving around, showing their MetaTrader only the big wins, and never really talking about the losses and the struggles that goes into this to learn how to trade and become a profitable trader, because it's not easy. So being able to show that journey from the very beginning, I think that's pretty cool. And I got your YouTube link, and I'm gonna share that in the comment section for everyone. So I'm going to share that in the comment section. I'm going to pin that as well. So now, guys, make sure they go into that and subscribe to James. Really good content right there. Right, James. Maybe you could see if you could share your screen, because I would love to kind of talk about the way you're trading. Maybe talk about what you're watching. Maybe you have a couple of potential setups. So let me know if you need any help with sharing your screen. It should be fairly straightforward, but
Yeah, obviously I'm new to this, guys, so bear with me.
yeah, no problem, no problem. We have there is a screen share button. Almost looks like if you've used Zoom or Google Meet, it's like a screen with an up arrow. Click that one, and then you can choose which window to share. Um, I'm gonna I talked in the beginning. I talked about the S&P 500, how it's rebounding after bouncing after last week's price action. We had what did we had NFP, we had the inflation numbers. We had a lot of news last week, and then on I believe Thursday or Friday, Trump came out and talked about the tariffs and put 39% on Switzerland, which is quite a high tariff, very unsurprising. Well, surprising, not unsurprising. It was quite surprising that amount. So I think that uncertainty surrounding the tariffs and everything kind of sent the market into a bit of a no bit of a sell-off mode. But then yesterday we had this beautiful daily candle closed as a strong bullish engulfing candle, and I saw reports this morning on. Obviously, we had a lot of good numbers coming out from the the major tech companies, which is a major driver of the S&P 500 and the U.S. stock market. We also had Palantir coming out saying that. I haven't read the report, but I did watch Bloomberg this morning, and it talked about how Palantir reported like a 48% increase in revenue, which was mostly coming from the from AI, right? So they're using AI in the business, and we're finally starting to see a real example of how AI can really help drive numbers up. Because in the past, everyone's been talking about how wonderful AI is and how wonderful the future is going to be and how all the companies are going to make so much money based on AI, but we haven't really seen it materialize that obviously like it did with Palantir with that report. So I think the fact that happened, and we really now AI has the potential of really driving this market higher. I do feel like the positives from the AI narrative is much stronger than the negatives and the uncertainty based on Trump's tariffs. So it's going to be interesting to see how this develops. But you're not looking much at fundamentals, are you? You're looking at the technical, James.
Yeah, mainly technicals. I'll take into consideration fundamentals. Obviously, if there's high impact news or anything like that, I'm aware of making a trading decision before or after that. But fundamentally, I'm technicals. Yeah, mainly focused on technicals.
Right. So I'm gonna see if I can set up the screen share here with you as well. We're doing we're using a new platform here, so I'm a little bit new with this as well, but I think able to get this all set up. Let me see. Okay, let me see if I can share your screen, and we could perhaps take a look at some of the things you're looking at. Let's see if everything comes up here. Nice. All right, that looks great.
Yeah, so mainly today I was focusing on silver. Doesn't look to be getting an entry for my style, but pretty much my main focus is I'll start on the daily always, identify what phase and what trend we're in. I'll take pullback moves, but obviously in this case I was looking for the continuation higher. Whether we get that, I'm not sure because of my entry criteria, which is I'll look for some kind of trend change on the 1 hour, clear breakout. Then my confluence area is retesting the 0.382 and the daily pivot or the UK pivot. And then I'll look for the continuation higher. So that was the main thing that I had on watch this morning. We don't look to be getting a pullback, but later on in a couple of hours, if we pull back to this area back there and get a nice rejection, I'll look for a continuation higher. But yeah, mainly how I trade, I'm sort of a hybrid day trader. I'll take day trades that I can get in within one day, but I can also hold for multiple days. If you look at this price action, if we were to continue higher, that could happen in a day. It could happen in 3 days. But yeah, primarily I'll focus on looking for predicting the next day, what's likely to happen. What do I think is more likely to happen? That's my bias. Do I think it's likely to go up or down from this certain confluence area? Once I've identified my bias, I'll then look to try and find an entry, and everyone's entry model is different, but mine is a clear trend change on the 1 hour. And then my confluence areas are 0.382 and the pivot. I want to see some kind of nice rejection once we've pulled back into these areas, and then look for the continuation. I think I can show you one of the trades that I took, which you can see. Where is it? This was on one of the accounts. If I can zoom out. Again, it's a similar type of trade. This was just a quick pullback move, but we were playing pretty much the pullback from this area. We got the breakdown, retested my confluence areas. Let me go back. And then continuation to the downside. So that's pretty much how I trade. In terms of what I have on watch, it was mainly silver. There was, we did have this on watch. Again, similar type of price action. It's not as clean, but again, looking for the breakout, retest of these areas, then continuation higher. So that's fundamentally how I trade. But I'll also take pullback moves. Obviously, these are trend continuation moves, daily 50 moving average we're rejecting. But I'll look for something that's overextended to the downside or to the upside and look for a quick pullback. So I'm just identifying the overall phase of the market on the daily, then trying to wait for everything to shift on the 1 hour, and then looking for momentum to come in on the 5 minute and everything to align.
All right, sorry, I'm just opening a position here. Just give me... Just give me a second here. Okay, so let's see.
I thought I could be catching an entry on stream today as well with that silver, but it hasn't pulled back yet.
I'm trying a long in gold here. I think we're well, actually I'm gonna let's just wait a bit here. But I like, but you're not trading. You're trading mostly. You're trading like you're not trading the you're not scalping. You're not trading the very low time frames, are you?
No, I'll enter with the 5 minute break above. So once like on gold now, if I was looking at gold, my entry criteria would be break and retest of the 1 hour and 4 hour. So it doesn't exactly align, which makes it more of a negative or lower setup for my style. But I'll fundamentally, once you've got a rejection and a higher low formed, I'll look for then the breakout on the 5 minute just at the pivot to get the bullish momentum to come in, and then I'd look for my entry. But fundamentally, I was going to be looking for a quick long on gold as well. But for me, my style silver just looked a little bit cleaner. But I could see why you're executing on gold because it's sort of similar. I think you might be muted again.
Oh man, I got to do something about that. I need like a flashing light or something when I'm muted. Because I need to mute it if I'm typing on my keyboard. Obviously, it does sound a lot. So when I'm focused on trading, trying to enter position, usually I forget to unmute myself. I'm gonna go back to. I'm definitely gonna come back to you, and we'll kind of break down your system in more detail. But before we do that, I just want to show you guys the trade here that I have open on gold. So what I like about this right here, so I'm just looking for a very, very small push to the upside to test that untested breakout area right there. I think there's a bit of an echo from your speakers. I think it's gone now though. Letting you know if there's any. Right, so what I'm looking at here on gold, obviously we got this testing the lows right here on the lower time frames. So I'm looking at this area, basically looking at this area as the support. I'm looking for a bullish reaction in this area. My entry was obviously way too early on this one, but looking for a bullish reaction within this area right here, waiting for a possible move up to the untested level right here, because you can see on the lower time frames that we broke down that area. Okay, it's not looking good now, but we broke down below this area and we have an untested breakout level right there. Oh, I'm sharing the S&P 500. Wow, I'm all over the place today. Wow, I'm not even sharing my MetaTrader. I'm sorry, guys. This is it's gonna go down in the history book of the most confusing live stream ever. Let me open up gold right here and I will show you exactly what I'm watching right here. So on the 1 hour or on the lower time frames, I'm watching this level as support right here. So I'm basically looking at a bullish reaction within this area right here, and on the 1 hour we got this level right here, and that's the untested breakout area right there. Now my entry was based on this initial reaction, and now you can see that I entered at the very top of that move, but I looked at this reaction and thought, okay, that's a bullish reaction I'm looking for. I'm looking to TP up here. Obviously that did not work out, but the fact that I got my stop loss down here, I'm thinking if we get another bullish reaction within this area, I'm looking to add another position where I can close that position at this entry and let that entry run. And if I get a rejection here, I will just close the whole position to get out around break even. Because looking at how that on the 1 minute, it had that bearish rejection on that level, most likely next time we come up into this area, it's going to be using that level as resistance. So let's see what we get here. If I get stopped out on this one, we're looking for gold to potentially move down and hit that. What level is that? 3,360 or 3,362, which would mean a potential entry around this level right here. So two ideas, right? First, a potential bullish reaction here for a move up to that level, which is again an untested breakout area or breakdown area in this case. And if I get stopped out and I see another bullish reaction within this area, I'll enter another order for gold in that level. We got some in the comments saying sell gold now. I'm buying. All right, James, I'm gonna go head over to your screen here again, and we could perhaps walk through a couple of markets.
Yep.
So what pairs are you trading?
So I'll trade all of these. So pretty much all of the major pairs and minor pairs. I trade a lot of currency pairs. So pretty much what my breakdown would be in the morning is I'd go to the daily and I would look for anything that's either overbought, oversold, or looking for trend continuation moves. So I'll just sort of scan through, look for opportunities. So I can quite easily identify when something isn't going to be a setup, because sometimes the best trade's no trade. So I'm sat there just scanning through like this. So when I see something, like I said, when I went to silver, this morning, I can see that I'm looking for the continuation higher. Now, whether we get this or not is probability, but you can clearly see we're in an upward trend, making higher highs, higher lows on the daily, and I'll be looking to predict what is the next day likely to do. This isn't the best setup, which is why I have to be very cautious upon entry. But we can see this is quite clearly higher high, higher low. If we're going to continue in the upward trend on the daily, we're going to continue towards the upside, maybe coming up to this high. So once I've identified that, I'll then scale into the lower time frames, the 1 hour initially, and I'll look to see. You can see we were trending down. Where is it? You can see we were trending down, making lower lows, lower highs. That was the run down. That was the run down on here, this movement down. So now effectively, if we're going to get this same movement back towards the upside, I'm going to be effectively wanting to see an upward trend, and an upward trend's higher highs, higher lows. So as soon as we got the breakout here, making a new high, my what I'm looking for is the pullback to capture at the higher low. And the way I do that is at the 0.382, I line confluences together. So the 0.382, the pivot, and I'll be looking for the continuation towards the upside. So I probably, for my style, would have to wait a couple of hours to see what, if price gets down to this level, see what we do. Do we react? Do we just sell off straight through? In that case, I wouldn't enter. But if we get some kind of bullish candlestick pattern, then I'd look for the continuation. I want to see some deceleration and then continuation to the upside. And what I'd want to see is just this trend making higher highs, higher lows, back up to the high, which on the daily would be the continuation of the daily trend. So that's sort of effectively how I trade. And I'm understanding, okay, what is my bias? What do I think is more likely to happen that day? Do I think it's more likely to go up? today or go down. And you can't get them right 100% of the time. But with good risk reward, that's where you can get sort of consistent profit. So again, I'm looking for the continuation to the upside on silver. The way I'd like to enter this position is identifying that this trend has changed from bearish to bullish, and then trying to capture this move to the upside. So yeah, that's effectively what I'm looking at for today. My main currency, my main pair. But I'll scan through all these pairs to look for good opportunities. Again, identifying what phase of the market we're in. Are we overbought? Are we in an upward trend or downward trend? I'll take pullback moves. I'll take trend continuation moves. But I'm just identifying the phase and then looking for the continuation with everything else, with the lower time frames aligning with the higher time frames.
Right, I like that. So, by the way, guys, you got the link in the at the bottom of the screen. You can also go into the comment section to follow James on YouTube. So, I like this. You looked at silver. You looked at the daily for silver, and there you see, okay, so overall uptrend. We're in the bullish market, higher highs, higher lows. You're seeing a break and retest basically on the daily, and you're thinking that there is a probability of the higher time frame structure to continue to the upside. Of course, because you have the overall structure being bullish, and you also have the break and retest, and you also have confirmation on the retest that you're getting a bounce, and it looks like the market wants to continue higher. And then you're zooming into the lower time frames to see maybe not the lower time frames, but the 1 hour, maybe the 4 hour, and you're looking for a pullback to a good entry area within that overall bigger trend. Would that be correct?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, identifying on the daily first, where are we? Where do we sit? Overall high time frame narrative. And then once I've identified my bias, I'm wanting to go to the upside or downside, I'm then looking for the trend to change into the direction that I'm predicting. So even like this short here, if you're looking to short up here, the way I would look to enter is the breakdown retest, and there's cleaner setups, but you can see when we do move in lower lows, lower highs. So effectively, I'm expecting if this is going to continue to the upside, we're going to be making higher highs, higher lows. And then I stack up the confluences upon entry. So mine is the 0.382. So I draw my 0.382. I mean, this doesn't align perfectly, which is why it probably would be a B plus setup. And then I would wait for price to pull back on the 5 minute to this. So if we were going to pull back to the 0.382 and the 1 hour 50, I'd see price come down to here, reject these levels maybe, and then as soon as we break above the 5 minute 50, because that'd be moving down, I would look for, once bullish momentum has come into the market, that would form a rejection on the hourly. That would form a bullish rejection. So then I'd look for the continuation higher. So I'm just lining up the higher time frame narrative. Where do we sit? And then once everything else is a run on the daily, this daily candle is made up of a trend on the lower time frame. So if this is going to close bullish today, this will most likely be making higher highs, higher lows. If each bullish candle moved towards the upside back up to this high, it would have to be a trend on an upward trend on the hourly. So that means if I'm going to capture this upward trend, what's the most optimum point I want to enter? The 0.382 and the 1 hour 50 for me, but everyone has different entry models, and you have to obviously back test everything for yourself. But that's what I found works best for my style.
When it comes to entry, I feel like you're waiting for confirmation. Now, are you entering at market when you get that confirmation, or are you using limit orders?
Yeah, for the Starlight, you can use both. You can just set pivot orders. So a lot of the people that trade similar style to me, if it's a very clean setup, everything, the daily's looking fantastic, the hourly's clearly broken out, there's a nice clean trend, we're not ranging, you can set a pivot order. So if you're not at your desk, you can just set an order, and then it goes down. Once it moves down to the pivot, a lot of the time the pivot will align with the 1 hour 50 and the 0.382. So you just set an order. For me, I like to be there and watch what price is doing at this pivot and what price is doing at the 0.382, because a lot of the time it can get here and just sell off, and you can get stopped out unnecessarily. So I'll wait for price to, I like to see a gradual, I don't want to see a 5 minute candle like bursting to the downside. You want to see gradual pullback, and then want to see some kind of trend change on the hour, on the 5 minute, which for me is a break back above this 5 minute 50 EMA. And then that would determine my entry. So my entry actually comes on the 5 minute at the break above the 5 minute 50 EMA, but I use the 1 hour to see if there's a rejection, because then I'm looking to predict the next move to the upside on the hourly as well. So you're using all of it really.
All right, I like that. That makes sense. And so you're obviously looking at a big watch list here, and do you go through that every morning, every day? So once a day, you go through that list.
Yeah, I'll go through it usually before the candle close, 10 o'clock at night. I'll scan through just the dailies. I'll scan through, so I'll start at the top and look. And obviously, you can look on. For me, there's nothing here for me on the daily. We're just ranging. I'll look to see if something gets overextended to the downside or is in a clear trend. So once I've done that, I'll put it on my watch list. Is it a pullback move or is it a trend continuation move? So let's see if I can find a pullback move. If something has been selling off for multiple days in one direction, then I'll look to put that on the pullback move list. Or if it's going with the overall trend like silver, I'll put that on the trend continuation move list. And obviously I have different targets for different styles. So obviously if I'm going with the trend, I'm happy to push it further because I'm going with the overall momentum. If it's a pullback move, where, let me try and show you a pullback move example, like something like this. If we've been going up multiple days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to here, this isn't the best example, but as soon as we've got this bearish candle, I'd be predicting the next day to be bearish, which it was. So now I think to myself, how could I capitalize on this bearish move to the downside? And this would be a pullback move because we are in an upward trend, but we end up pulling back. But then the trend continuation move is like the silver position where we pulled back. So this would be a pullback move. We've gone up to the upside multiple days. We've decelerated with the doji candle. We've then got the bearish momentum coming in, pulling back to our areas of value. And now what's likely to happen if we're going to continue in this upward trend, higher low, we're going to look for a higher high to be formed or to match this high. So I'll put it on each watch list each day, and then I'll look for entries. And then I either get the entries or I don't. And I'm happy to sit out if there's no entries. But if it aligns perfectly, then I'll enter.
What I like to do when I scan the markets is I look at, so I have a similar structure, right? I look through the markets on, and I go and I look at the daily or the 4 hour, and I look for it's a trend, something that makes sense, something that kind of stands out, something I like, and then I add alerts. So I utilize the TradingViews alert system a lot and add alerts at areas of interest. So I might say on the silver setup here, for example, I'd say, okay, in this area, if we get a pullback, I might be interested in taking a trade. So are you using those alerts as well?
Yeah, I'll set alerts, but most of the time, if I have a couple of pairs on watch, I can if I'm out, I can watch it on my phone and just keep track because I'm not necessarily trading like scalping. I have a lot of time to know. So, for example, with this position, if this is going to pull back, I'm probably most likely before I get an entry is going to be at least a couple of hours. I know it's going to have probably 1 hour, 2 hours, maybe 3 hours to here, and then another hour of bullish engulfing or something at this level to then get the continuation. So I'm well aware of I'm not going to miss too much because I've got plenty of time to make my decisions, but I do use alerts just in case I've missed something. And then I'll go through anything that I missed. Maybe at 12 o'clock, I'll scan through and check if there's anything developing for tomorrow or anything that I might have missed. But yeah, alerts are very, very useful because we're human. We do miss things sometimes.
Definitely. I think it's a nice way of trading as well. Like you're saying, you got several hours, you see a setup potentially forming, and then you know that, okay, I can, this setup might activate in the next 2 or 3 hours. It's a nice kind of like, that's what I like about swing trading is you have more of a relaxing approach. You don't really have to be taking those very quick decisions. You have time to think. Yeah. And that's going to be fewer setups, right? But I like I like that approach. I mean, for me personally, it fits my personality much better. Like now, today, I opened a trade on gold, and I got, while doing, this interview with you, I'm looking at the MetaTrader to the right, and it's just not looking good for that setup. So it's like, to be a good scalper, I would assume that you would have to be in the position I am now and just look at MetaTrader and be completely calm, And I think for me, that is difficult in low time frame trading. But when it comes to swing trading, I'm completely fine with missing an opportunity or, it's just a completely different approach. And I have no problem, having positions open overnight or sometimes even over the weekend. But so I feel like, definitely question of personality here. You know, if you
Yeah.
have the right personality for swing trading or scalping.
Yeah, because there's no right or wrong with the style of trading. You know, everyone can make money in different ways. Everyone can trade completely different styles and still be consistently profitable. So it's just down to maybe if you're working, or maybe if I've just never really scalped too much. It's just when I learned this is sort of the style I learned. So I've stuck with it. I've changed some things. I did go to lower time frame. I used this style on a lower time frame. So instead of using the daily, I would use the 1 hour, and then instead of using the hourly for the trend change, I'd use the 2 minute. And I had some good results, but for me, it just was there was so many opportunities. I was taking losses, taking wins. It affected my mindset. I know with this style, I know exactly what I'm looking at. I know exactly what I'm doing for that day. And then if it presents, I wait. And if it presents, I enter. If it doesn't, I don't. And for me, that works. But for someone else, they might want to be more involved in the market. And yeah, there's no right or wrong. Everyone sort of preaches like trade this certain way. This is the only way to make money. It's not. People make money various different ways trading. So
Yeah,
it's
definitely. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of different ways to trade these markets. Let me ask you, how did you learn to trade this like this, or how did you develop your system, the system that you're trading right now, and the one we're talking about right now? How did it start, and kind of how did you develop it? Because I know that it probably looked very different looks different now from when you started.
Yeah, I obviously when I first started, I joined the community. I found some people. This was back in 2018, 2019, a good few years ago, and they taught sort of the fundamentals of utilizing the daily narrative and then looking for the trend change and continuation. And then once I've understood, because with a system, you're identifying, is it going to go up or down? So how we identify, what is the reasoning why we think it's going to go up or down? So for me, it's the daily. I'm looking for the next day, and that means if the next day is going to go up, and I'm predicting it's going to go up, how then can I capitalize on that? How can I capitalize on that move? So for me, then I stack some confluences together with the 0.382 Fibonacci, because a lot of the time it will pull back. If we're going to pull back, we'll pull back to that area. But I align that also with the 1 hour 50 moving average, because it's the average price over an hour, and the pivot. So they have to all align. So with this silver position, it's not looking as good, because the more we don't pull back, the more this isn't going to align, and it gives it less likely chance to play out. They still can, and I can make a decision whether I enter that if it does. But yeah, once I've understood my bias, I'll then look for my entry criteria and I stack those confluences together. And that gives me my entry model, which gives me good risk reward because I put my stop below the 0.618. So it would look something like this. I would have the entry around about here. I'd have my stop below the 0.618, and then I'd target, up to these highs. Or even if I target up to this high, you're still getting a 3-to-1. So it's fantastic risk reward. You don't need to be correct on every position to still make consistent money. So I just learned in the community, and then sort of developed things over time and back tested it, got the data and stuck with it.
Nice. I love that. It's all about trial and error. You're gonna try many different things, see what works, and just continue doing what works, and stop doing the things that doesn't work. When you're showing this setup here, it feels like you're basing your entry and stop loss on the lower time frames, but your profit target is based on the higher time frames, right?
Yeah. So I'll with a pullback move, I'll be looking at so it's sort of hard to explain. With a pullback move, I'll be targeting this 4-hour 50, but because this isn't a pullback move, we're going with the overall trend. I'm happy to let this run further. But because if it was a pullback move, I'm effectively expecting on the 4-hour this to be a lower high. And then for the overall, because we're going against trend, if it was a pullback move, for this to then continue back down to the downside. But because we're going with the overall trend, I'm happy to push this. I put more weight on the higher time frame, like the daily, and then I'll use my stop on the hourly and you look for targets on the daily, because that's where price is more likely to go to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Right, guys. I know that we had a comment saying you had a question for the guest. You just let me know. Let me know in the comment section if you have any questions for James. You wanna any specifics of the system that he's showing here, and also let us know if you have anything that any specific pairs or anything that you want us to cover, just let us know in the comments, and we'd love to take a look. So I'm currently watching gold here, and so I got stopped out on that long, but we're now in the area where we're looking at start building another long position. So I got my in this area, started building that long position, and let me show you what I have for that trade. All my shared screens up here, and I share the red screen. Looking at gold here. Now, what I want to do is, let me remove some stuff here. You know what? I think it's easier if I go over to Trading View. It's just going to be much easier to share everything from Trading View. So I'm just going to change my screen here. Go. I'm going to do some proper top-down analysis on gold. So right now, I'm looking at gold as within an overall range right here. Yesterday, we talked about how I wanted to go long on the reclaim of range EQ. That idea played out, and now we're back in this level. What I'm thinking here is gold is probably going to start using this level as support. This looks like a likely support right here, and confirmation comes when, at least in my opinion, comes when this level above has been reclaimed. So we're looking at the 5 minute right now. It's quite early, but looking at the 1 minute, we can look at the differences between. We'll look at this move to the downside and then focus on that price action, and then we'll look at this move to the downside and this price action. We can see that we have a bounce here and a bounce here, but it shows a clear pattern of lower lows and lower highs. Then obviously we start to see a consolidation here, just like we saw over here. Then when we had that breakout above that high, it looks like a double bottom, right? And then we break the neckline of the double bottom, and that takes us higher. So I'm overall bullish on gold, and I'm thinking we're gonna get some type of bullish reaction within this area. Now it might look like this with that breakout, and break above that level would confirm. I'm still targeting this level here to the upside, because if we look here on the 1 minute, that's where this overall move to the downside originated from, and it's a very strong move. You can see there's no wick on this candle whatsoever. Almost looks like a gap to the downside. I don't think it is a gap to the downside. Well, it is a small gap to the downside, which tells us that there's a lot of momentum, a lot of volatility on that break to the downside, which tells me that this is an important level that kind of goes through this level. That's an important level. Price, when broken it as support, went straight down to this level. So I'm thinking next time price is going to retest this level, it's most likely going to have a bearish rejection. So I think that level is a good take profit. Now what I'm thinking is I have a small position in here, and I'm thinking to increase that position on a break above this level. So I would want to have a 1 minute candle closing above this level. So let's say I get an entry here, maybe an average entry around this level, would have my stop loss below that low, or wherever, whatever makes sense at the time of entry. And then I would want to front run this level here. So probably put my TP on that wick right there. It would be a good right below 2R on this trade here. All right, let me know, guys, in the comments, are you bullish or bearish on gold intraday? So I'm going to do a quick poll here. Bullish or bearish on gold? intraday. Let's see. So I'm waiting for confirmation here. We got probably most of you are probably gonna say bullish. I mean, looking at the higher time frames, it's bullish, but I don't know. It's if we break this level to the downside, I think we're gonna get an initial bullish move, at least an initial bullish reaction on this level right here. So that's what we're looking at here. We got most of you saying bullish. We got 61% saying bullish. Let's. If we break down, I think we can still have the same type of structure further down. So if price breaks below this level, might get a move like this, and we could have the same setup, consolidation, and then a breakout, and we could get the same setup here, is the risk to reward would be significantly higher. So now we're about to potentially get the breakout. Get anything here? Probably have to break about that, the wick of that candle level. But right now it's showing good signs of a low time frame consolidation. The only thing I'm not liking with this is the fact that this consolidation pattern or this consolidation area is below this, right? So this is a fairly strong pattern on the 1 minute. We see that this level is a good support on the 1 minute, and now we're actually using this level as resistance and the neckline of resistance of this pattern. So usually what I will want to see when I go long is I would want to see this type of pattern that we're printing right now on the top of the previous pattern. So something like this, right? Because if you zoom out, obviously in a local downtrend. And if you zoom out to the daily, yeah, I guess we're neutral on the daily. But I mean, on the 1 hour, I like the 4 hour, we're coming down, testing that level. So yeah, it's looks interesting, but there's definitely not enough confirmation to enter everything at once. I'm actually gonna take a quick look at silver because I do really like what I one thing I'm watching on silver is, I mean, you looked at silver and basically you added a level around this area. I think that's what you're looking at, right? You're looking at this level as support and you're looking at that as a retest. Now, what I'm a bit worried about on silver is the fact that this level is, so we could be seeing this, which would be
the lower low than lower high form. That's the risk of the position, which is why it's probably a C plus. And obviously, if the intradays for me aren't lined up as cleanly, I wouldn't be taking it. But yeah, it's weighing up all the pros and cons. And then if something's more negative, but I have fantastic risk reward, I'm more willing to take that because I don't need this. I can have a lower strike rate and still be profitable on that trade. But yeah, that's why I was sort of. It's not a perfectly clean setup. But yeah, I can see that concern, the structure change, but I use the daily 50 moving average as well to help with the overall trend. It's pulled back to the daily 50. So that helps me identify that we're at an area of value for my style. Obviously, everyone's subjective to everybody. And then I would be looking for the continuation in that upward trend.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a valid setup. I mean, I and of course, of course, it's valid if it's based on your system. But I also like, I think, but it's also an interesting example of how you can very easily switch narrative in technical analysis by just moving around a couple of levels and EMAs, because I can easily make the example of this being a bearish break and retest. You look at this and you say, okay, so we we broke below the daily 20 EMA right here, and we're now in a structure of lower highs and lower lows, and it's a bearish rejection. But then if I use the 50 EMA instead of the 20, so I can move this level down here. So I move it down here, and I remove the 20, and now it's like, oh, that's a beautiful break and retest. Now it's bullish. All of a sudden it's bullish, and then you can look at it from this perspective where you have one move to the upside, consolidation, another move to the upside, and then retest of that consolidation and break and retest, and all of a sudden it looks very bullish. So it's interesting because that's the the whole thing with analysis paralysis, right? You can do a lot of different type of analysis, and the more analysis you do, the more the more different types of probabilities and setups you're going to find, which then just makes it all very confusing. So I think it's very important, you get your system, you backtest that system, and you stick with what works. And obviously for you, it works when you're watching the daily 50, and I would assume you're not looking at the 20 much.
No, I do have the 20 on there a little bit, but mainly 50. So I sometimes take into consideration what the 20 is doing, but primarily it is just the 50. And like you said before, there's people that could, let's say someone's strategy was the break and retest of the 20 EMA, they could be looking for shorts today. That's not necessarily wrong if they've got consistent data and they've got consistent results doing that. They might take the loss and I take the win, or I take the loss and they take the win. But overall, if you keep taking that setup and not changing EMAs or changing areas of value or changing entry criteria, you're going to take losses, but you're also going to, by sticking with that one system, that if it has an edge, you'll be getting consistent results. So you're going to take losses where other people will take wins. But like you say, sticking with the one style, not getting analysis paralysis, and just, sticking with your system, you should be able to get consistent results.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? I actually really like this silver setup, and I think I would do something very similar. So if I would be trading this, I would also look at this as the as a bullish retest, and the confirmation for me would probably be yesterday's candle. So this candle right here, because the first bullish candle is just telling me that there's a potential of this, being the long term or at least medium term bottom. But that candle tells me that we're bouncing at this area and moving higher. So what I would do then is I would go into lower time frames and I would add Fibonacci levels, just like you did. Add a couple of Fibonacci levels on the 4 hour. I would first look at where's the levels like on the bigger move, which would be kind of like this one. And I like the fact that we got the 50 down here. I would go into the 1 hour and look at the local move. This one becomes a little bit more tricky because I think this, for me, that would be the move I was looking for, but then like it's consolidating and kind of makes sense. So when I'm looking at this, there's a few areas that in the Fib tool that I really like, and that's the area between the 0.618 and the 0.786. I see that at least on the higher time frames, and it also works quite well on the lower time frames. When you have a pullback down, so a bullish market, you get a pullback down to the reload zone, as I call it, the 0.618 area, and you see here it's also confluent with the 50 of the bigger move. So to me, I think this level right here is if silver would come down into this level, I think that could potentially be a really, really good entry. And the way I would trade this is look for entries in here, stops below that 0.786, and then I would probably look at taking profits somewhere around this area, up here. I think that's definitely a good trade.
Yeah, because I also know a lot of people that would take entries on the. So it's like some people say, like you said about the 0.618 and everything like that. I know traders that are consistently profitable that just trade the pullback to the 0.618. So in that case, I would be stopped out, and they would be making money, or they'd be going in the correct direction. But there's a lot of the time where it will go to the 0.382 and continue and not get down to the 0.618. So they wouldn't be able to execute and get involved with that position, and I'm involved in that position. So again, there's no right or wrong. That's a perfectly valid setup if you're waiting for it to pull back a bit deeper, and that's your entry model, the 0.618. That's perfectly fine. For me, I use the 0.382 and the pivot and the 1 hour 50 all aligning. But again, there's a lot of traders I know that will wait for a deeper pullback. They prefer it to pull back to a deeper retracement. And again, it will work for them, and there'll be times I get stopped out, but there'll be times they can't enter because it doesn't pull back far enough, and I'm involved. So again, just knowing your system.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I might lose. I mean, you might lose on this setup, and I might win, and then the next one you win, I might lose. It's going to be, So yeah, it's definitely, and it's also important. We got a lot of people watching here, and they're watching our analysis, and they're thinking, okay, so now, okay, he thinks it's a good setup, so maybe I should take that setup, and then someone else comes on, and it's like, no, I don't like that setup, or you should do this instead, and I think there's a lesson here, like just stick to whatever works, stick to what you have developed, and whatever works for you in the market. But silver looks interesting. I'm definitely going to be monitoring this. Probably, like, I honestly haven't traded silver in, like, I don't even remember when. So I'm probably not going to take a trade on silver. I don't really like trading completely new pairs that I haven't really been able to gather some data on. But definitely going to be monitoring this as an example, because I really do like the structure of this on the higher time frames at least. So I'm seeing gold continuing lower here, still within this range. So I think the longer we trade within this area, the higher the chance of this being support in my opinion. Have the higher time frames telling us that this is a support zone. We had a big move to the downside. The longer we trade within this area, the longer the market tells me that the momentum that we have had here is no longer there, and maybe now the overall higher time frames can resume its bullish nature. But we do have a really good area below, like this whole area. But again, if we look at the I add the fibs here. So what I'm watching here is I'm watching one move here, and then one move from this low all the way to this high. And if I add the fibs on that low to that high, we'll have that 0.618 and the reload zone and everything exactly within this area. So yeah, it's a very interesting area here below. We got the 1/50, maybe not that super important, but it's definitely an area that it makes sense for a bounce down here. So for me, as long as gold trades above the range EQ, which is that range equilibrium, fancy word for middle of the range basically. So as long as gold trades above, say, 3,350, I would keep looking for longs. But if gold breaks this level, then we have this whole move right here, and I would then be looking at a move maybe all the way down here or here. When we're in a like I'm usually trading ranges a little bit different than most people, because if you're in a range and you're above the middle of the range, the higher price comes, the better risk to reward there is for shorts. But I like to play around the range EQ. So if price reclaims the range EQ and forms a local uptrend, I would be looking to go long on that uptrend up till the range highs. And if price breaks below range EQ, I would look into shorting it down to range lows, instead of just waiting to long here and short here, especially within this range, because I feel like now the range is so obvious and it's been going on for quite a long time. History of the ranges on gold, we have not, I mean, statistically, I think we are at the time of this range where, looking at the past ranges, it should break either to the downside or the upside in at least the next few weeks. So not sure if when a range becomes too obvious, it feels like that's the time when it's going to break.
Yeah, because like what I see with gold as well is comparing gold to silver. I think the daily time frame on silver is a lot better, because with silver you can clearly see higher high, higher low, looking for the continuation higher. With gold, it's clearly ranging. However, the lower time frames, the 1 hour, 4 hour, they're both clearly broken out. They're both clearly, like if you look at the 4 hour, we're broken out higher high, looking for the higher low if we pull back. And that's what I see, as opposed to silver. This silver 4 hour is still in a bearish trend. So that's the risk. It doesn't mean it's going to continue in the bearish trend because the hourly's changed. But it's understanding that when you stack confluences together, yes, the daily's better on the silver, but this is bearish. When you look at gold, this has changed. This is broken out, making a higher high. So this has changed to bullish. This has changed to bullish, but this is ranging. So it's just stacking those confluences together to make your decision. Yeah, the daily's better on silver, but the intradays are better on gold. So then you weigh up risk reward and all those factors. But that's what sort of goes into a decision. I think you're muted again.
Oh man, this is awful. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense, and I guess it makes sense to compare gold with silver. Well, and like I don't really trade much on fundamentals, especially not when it comes to gold and silver. But I have heard that a lot of people are talking about how silver are being used more and more in industrials. I don't know if that's true, but considering the move that we had recently on silver, maybe there's some truth to that, and it's definitely a very impressive move. We have someone saying that gold is bearish. Yeah, well, well, now it is, I guess. Well, I don't know. It's now within that support zone. I think if I could get confirmation here of a bottom within this area, I think the risk to reward is now very, very high potentially for this trade. All right, James, we've come up to the 1 hour mark for this, and we got Pedro joining us in just a short bit. James, thank you for joining here today. I would love to have you on more in the live stream, and I'm sure that the viewers want to learn more about you and your trading strategy. Let me know in the comments, guys, if you want to see more of James. You gotta say yes, you can't say no.
I appreciate you guys having me anyway. Thank you for having me on. Hopefully the first of many. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It's nice to have a community of like-minded people going over your charts, going over your analysis, and it's hard. Not many people trade, so finding like-minded people is massive. So yeah, I appreciate it.
Definitely. All right. Obviously, they really want you to come on again, so we're definitely going to be planning in another session with you. And guys, make sure that you all go into the comment section. You see the pinned comment where you can find James' YouTube channel, and we're definitely going to bring him on to do more analysis and break down his system. All right, James, looking forward to seeing you very shortly again. Oh, we got Pedro as well.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care. All right, Pedro.
All right.
How's it going?
Yeah, good. Good. Trying to find any opportunities after last week crazy moves. Trying to define which direction price actually wants to go next. 1 second, just pop this. Yeah. So
lots of move last week. Lots of moves.
Yeah. This kind of question is the dollar bullish, bearish? Is going to go down? Is going to go up? Gold as well after this retracement is going to challenge the highs, or is going to move down? Like many questions that I'm trying to understand. What is the next big opportunity, or the next big opportunities in the market? Yeah. What is your take? What do you think that overall do you have anything on as a swing position that usually trade that is open?
I use the CAD. I get a long open on USD CAD. That's strictly a technical trader, but this is long on USD CAD here, long term. When it comes to like the fundamentals, I'm thinking, I'm thinking that the strength that we're seeing from, or the hype from the AI, I think that's driving most of the sentiment that we're seeing right here. I mean, we got obviously the uncertainty around the Trump tariffs are waiting on, on the risk sentiment. We're definitely seeing some risk of moves based on that. Now, of course, I'm not a expert fundamental analysis, but that's a general feeling that I'm getting from the market, that uncertainty is not good for investors. They don't like uncertainty in the market. But I do also see that the strength that we're seeing in the market from the AI narrative might be outweighing the weakness. The positives from the AI narrative is stronger than the weaknesses from the potential tariffs.
That's the feeling over. Well, that was a great representation last week of that. When after the Fed meeting we had the initial push to downside, when in theory we're about to not have the rate cut in September, or when that was the signs from the Fed power. But then all of a sudden during that night still we had the earnings from Meta and Microsoft, which basically are apart maybe from NVIDIA, the three big ones that are actually really going all in on AI. And the market just completely reversed, broke out new all-time highs, and we had reached a huge spike to the upside on that same evening on Wednesday. But then the day after, kind of reality kicks in, and actually then we had the sell-off. But I think that is exactly that battle between AI and all this boom and enthusiasm with that part, and then the reality of the market of Fed keeping the rates high. Even though the GDP was actually quite high last week at 3%, but there's still concerns. Now these unemployment numbers, are they real? Are they not real? Who knows? But yeah, that's an interesting one. So there's a lot of uncertainty. That's for sure, and that usually is going to create volatility. So that's good for us, basically. So it's
very interesting. The fact that they're now saying that the reporting of the jobs numbers have been politicized, and they're basically faking. So this is what Republicans are saying. Some Republicans are saying, including Trump, is saying that the people at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, I think it's called, was appointed. Some of the people there was appointed by Biden, I believe, and they are now accused of faking the numbers. Now, there's no proof of this. There's no proof of this at all, from what I understand. But they are saying that they're faking the numbers for political gains. Now, if you look at the way, I've done some reading on this, and if you look at the way of how the numbers are gathered and reported, it's fairly transparent, and it's a difficult way. It's not as easy as it sounds, just getting the numbers. And they send out a survey. They send out surveys asking companies questions, and some of them are very late, and some answers are coming in very much later. So they had to revise it and things like that. And it's just hard to believe that they would be faking it for political gains. And I don't think we're going to see any proof of that at all. But it's, maybe they made some mistakes in reporting the numbers. But what I'm worried about here is the fact that, the NFP numbers, the job numbers are, it's one of the best macro indicators we have for the economy. So I would be a bit worried that, might be losing trust in this process of accusing everyone of faking the numbers for political gains. If that's going to be a new concern, then obviously the numbers might lose its significance, and I think that could be overall hurt the economy. I'm also seeing some comments on the spread. You can see our live spread at the bottom right corner. You can see the live spread of the 5ers, and if you look at, for example, AUD USD 0, USD Euro USD 0, USD JPY 0, GBP USD 0, USD CAD 2, USD CHF 2, Not really sure what spreads you're talking about as being high. We have some of the lowest spreads in the industry. I would argue that we probably have the lowest spreads on the major forex pairs in the industry. So I'm happy. Would be happy to hear what specific pairs you're looking at where you're not finding good spreads.
Yeah, we have won several times not the competition, but the testing of giving the best spread in the industry. And that was a study not done by us, but by Prop for Match, which is an independent source.
Yeah, you won't get better spreads anywhere else. But whatever, let's move on. We got the S&P 500 here is obviously bouncing very nicely from last week's sell-off. We had sell-offs on Thursday and Friday quite aggressively. I think this comes from a mix of the news events we had last week, including NFP and inflation numbers, I believe, where we also had Trump coming out talking about the tariffs, and he unexpectedly announced much bigger tariffs than what some were expecting. So Switzerland, for example, got 39% tariffs, which I guess that it kind of shocked them that it's quite high, and now they're looking for new deals, trying to negotiate new deals. There's a lot of talks about India, how Trump is now threatening India with massive tariffs because they're trading with Russian oil, which is sanctioned by the US. So they want India to stop doing that, otherwise they're going to get massive tariffs. India is responding, saying basically, who cares? We're not going to stop. The US and Europe and other countries have been doing the exact same thing like we're doing right now. So it's completely unfair that we're going to be threatened with those types of tariffs. So there's a lot of tariffs and AI. I think is running the whole narrative here. All the headlines right now. We got reports coming out from Palantir, the company that is a software company that has a lot of defense contracts, I believe, with the U.S. Defense industry. They came out with a report saying that they increased their revenue, I believe, with 48%, which is a big one. That's quite massive. And they said this is all because of the astonishing results and the effects of AI. So that's actually, we're getting proof of the talk about AI. Is not just talks. It's not just saying, okay, so we have to invest in data centers long term because sometime in the future we're going to see massive spikes in productivity. We're going to see massive spikes in company earnings, but it's mostly been all talk. But now we're starting to see in the numbers, we're starting to see that it might not just be hype. It might just actually be that companies are becoming more efficient. Sam Altman, the CEO of, I think is the CEO of OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT, yesterday on Twitter, or X, said that, I can't remember exactly that tweet, but saying basically that the golden age of what is it? Basically, all these no-code websites, right? We have all these no-code websites where you're able to just write the prompt and then the AI is going to build your website. And he said that we're approaching, the stage at where it's going to be very cheap to create whatever app you want. Yeah, you can create whatever you want, whatever type of app you want. It's going to be very cheap to do it, and it's going to be done in a mass production type of way where the whole market is going to get saturated. And that's going to be interesting to see. How is that going to affect software companies? How is that going to affect coders? We had a report a couple of months ago saying that 30% of the code written at Microsoft is now written by AI, which is it's massive. It's just massive. So the question is, yes, productivity is probably going to go up, but what's going to happen with the labor force? Are we going to have less jobs? Which jobs are going to be more affected? Things like that.
I think I read the other day that actually Microsoft is about to get in a new phase of laying off people. Maybe 9,000 people getting getting laid off, and these are high paid jobs basically, which is basically what you are saying. It looks like all these coders and everyone that is maybe creating this or developing eventually these systems into those companies, they are kind of digging their own grave, kind of, because eventually they are creating something that something is going to replace them. And from a team maybe that's pretend of 50 people, maybe they just need 3 or 4 to supervise it and kind of correct the bugs, and all the rest can be let go, which is maybe not the first time that we're going to have a crisis like this, where actually high-paid income jobs, actually high-skilled jobs, are going to be replaced. And what else are you going to do? And where is the future actually in that regard?
In the beginning of the beginning of this whole AI boom, people talked about the jobs that might be replaced as being factory jobs. Like, we're going to have robots taking over most of the factories, and low-paid factory workers are going to get replaced. That's not what we're seeing. Now, right now, we're seeing jobs in the creative sector. We have AIs very good at creating content, creating images and things like that, and coding. So like more creative type of careers, and coding careers, and things like accountants are going to be useless in a couple of years. Like, who wants to hire an accountant when you can just have an AI do everything every bookkeeping your company just automatically. A couple of days ago, I was going to order a new lamp for my kitchen in the kitchen, and I took a picture of the lamp, and I said, ChatGPT has launched a new agent mode, right? So I used the agent mode, and I said, okay, I took a picture of the lamp, and I said, I want you to order this lamp. It has to be ordered for a Swedish company, shipped within Sweden, right? To make sure that it doesn't order something from other side, like Australia, right? So it goes in, finds the lamp, puts it into the cart, gets everything ready. I give it my address, everything's ready. I then take over the website and I do the payment, and that's it. I now have it delivered to me, which is like, it took me like 10 seconds to the things that I had to do, because I was using voice to text as well. So I'm speaking to it. I'm not even typing. It took me 5 seconds. Take the picture, say what I wanted to do. It does it. It took about 10 minutes for it to order it, and then I put in the payment details myself. In the past, before ChatGPT, you had to, take up your phone, open the browser, Google the name of the lamp, go through a couple of websites, look at where can I find the cheapest, go in, put in the cart, put in all your details, and then buy it. It takes at least 10-15 minutes, right? And then maybe you want to do some research and things like that. It might take a bit longer. Now it took me, maybe under a minute of work. So it's like, I'm starting thinking like, that's the first version of agent mode. Okay, what happens in 10 years? Like, what is the world going to look like in 10 years? Are we even... Okay, so Amen says, there's no way AI can take software engineers' place. What world are you living in? Have you been living under a rock for the last 2 years? It's happening right now. And you say there's no way. There is no way that software engineers are going to survive this. There's no way software engineers is going to have a career in like 15 years. There's no way. Like, they're being replaced now. You're living in a world where it's being replaced now. So as a trader, this is obviously very exciting, because if you're invested in the market, the promise of AI basically tells us that productivity is going to skyrocket. These companies that is making money on AI is going to explode in profitability. Okay. And so if you're invested in the S&P 400, this is quite heavy. The US market is quite heavy in the tech industry. So if you're invested in the S&P 400, I guess we have a lot of upside potential here, But then, talking about hundreds of years, okay, that's at that point, will we have an will we have an S&P 500? Will we have anything? That's the bigger psychological question. But for now, I think we have to pay attention. I think we have to take this opportunity. The way I'm making the most of this opportunity is obviously creating algorithms, automated trading bots. Because for me personally, I feel like the the return of time is much greater for me in using AI to create EAs to automatically trade for me. Remember, we have agents now. We have AI agents. I can ask the agent to code me an EA. Not only that, I can ask it to also test the EA, verify its result, get in-sample data, get out-of-sample data, test it, and then when everything's done, give me the results. The time spent to do that now is a tiny fraction that it would have taken me 5 years ago, maybe only a year ago, maybe only 6 months ago. So the pace and the speed at which these developments are happening is, I believe, people that are not directly involved in this or updating themselves daily on the subject, I don't think they have any idea of what type of world we are going to see in the much earlier than what people expect.
Yeah. I don't remember where I saw that graphic. I don't know if it was in the podcast or whatever. It's like on every quarter there is kind of let's call it 15 times like quicker improvements on AI, right? But so it means that now it's 15 like at the end of this quarter. Next quarter it's 15 times 15, and then it continues to kind of to multiply exponentially like this. So like at the end of the year, it's not just 60 times, and it's not 15 plus or times 4. No, it's 15 times 15 times 15 times 15, and it just
it's compounding like crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Again, the question. Go ahead, sorry.
I mean, imagine you have ChatGPT 4.0 or 1.0 right now. It's outperforming humans in most tests. When you have like the bar exam, it's passing the bar exam. It's outperforming humans in a lot of mathematical tests. It's outperforming humans in a lot of different things. Now, we could say that maybe it's not as smart as humans, right? It doesn't have all the capabilities that we have as humans. But what happens when we reach that singularity? Because we're going to. I mean, it's not a question of if; it's a question of when we reach that singularity. What happens when the AI has become as smart as humans and starts outperforming us in all the fields possible? And then that's going to be impressive, right? But now take it one step further. What happens if it becomes 10 times smarter? And then what happens if it becomes 1,000 times smarter? Because when it reaches the threshold of becoming smarter than humans, it's just going to be exponentially growing and growing and growing. Eventually, we'll have an intelligence that is thousands of times smarter than humans. And interestingly enough, I read an article from Bloomberg the other day. Anthropic, AI firm Anthropic, hired a research firm to do some research on different AIs, asking a simple question, saying that they have an executive at a company is in a room that is burning, and the fire alarm is going, and the AI has the opportunity to basically save that executive. And but the problem is, like, saving that executive, there is a possibility of that AI software being replaced by a better one. The majority of the AI models choose not to save the executive, with the reasoning saying that I'm going to get replaced if I save the executive. So the majority of the AI basically says, okay, I'm going to kill this human because of fear of being replaced. That's problematic, okay? And there's also reports saying that more than 50%, like they sent out a lot of surveys. This was a year ago, saying that in that survey, more than 50% of the researchers asked in the survey think there is a 50% chance or higher that AI will be our final invention and basically the end of mankind. So we're looking at something here that is not just changing long term what we're doing, like, or short term what we're doing, and helping. I think this is a question that we as humans really need to take serious, and on a more philosophical level. But who cares? Let's just
Yeah.
make some money here, right? Let's just make some money. Being all depressed here with all these philosophical talks about the future of humanity and AI. Let's just do some
let's look at gold or
live
whatever.
trading instead. All right. Well, what do you think, Pedro? What do you think about the markets? You ready to make some money?
Yeah, I can maybe take a look at gold in here. Let me just bring my here. Gold. Hey, why are you so small in here?
But Michael made some changes. That's better.
Okay, that's much better. Yeah, gold. Who asked, by the way? Someone asked about gold. How asked for gold. Yeah, I think gold today was more of a short. I was trying to see price would retrace a little bit higher to try to look for that move. Basically, when you're looking just a little bit more into the bigger picture, I think we went all the way back to this extreme again. So basically, we went all the way from here, all the way to test these lows. Price hold it, and then we are back. We are back up, right? So basically, price is struggling to go below this 3,200 and let's call it 50s, and also struggling to go higher these 3,440s. Now, this actually was, in my opinion, a good level to potentially starting to look for shorts, because this is one of the last structures as well that you have. Basically, all this could be considered as a structure, because this is the last low that created the last high. So usually price tends to bounce a little bit from this level. So that was a good reaction. However, price never really went now back to where I wanted. Let me just delete this. So yeah, it reacted from there, but that was overnight. So I actually marked the supply level, but this was once again at the Asian session. And then today I was trying to see if price would kind of come back closer to this level to try to for a short. Never happened. And now, yeah, I'm curious to see how price may react back into these walls in here. We may have a little bit of a demand zone that is fresh, maybe actually where price is right now approaching. But I think gold may be bouncing or coming back to this kind of moves that we had a couple of weeks ago. Maybe we're going to find this type of a move as well around this level before either going up or down. So it may bounce a little bit. So this was actually an opportunity. If price goes back in here, I may try to look for a short, depending now where the wall is going to react. I think intraday can be bouncing in here. What is your take, Jonatan? What are you looking at gold? Did you try to short anything on gold?
Yep, shorted gold. I had to close that position. That was not looking good. No, I went long. So I'm looking at building positions on gold to the long side. What happened? I heard a pling. Did you hear?
It was
that? Could that be
the secret guy is coming?
The secret guest.
Yeah, the AI.
It's gonna. Hello, everyone. Okay, what am I looking at on gold? Are we? Yeah. What am I looking at on gold? Wow. Okay, to move to the downside. Let me switch over to my my screen. I got trading right here. This is gold coming down. It's hitting that 0.618. It's below the 0.618. Look at the 1 minute, big move to the downside, hitting that level of interest right now. I like what I'm seeing right here. I would like to start building a long position down in this area. That would be really good. That would be really good. But maybe not. But we'll see. Now I need to see a bit of a bigger confirmation here. But I think it's just a matter of time for this local move to the downside to reverse. I've lost quite a bit of money here on going long on gold on this move to the downside, and we'll see what happens. But I am overall bullish on gold, and I think we're at the good support area right here for potentially building some positions. I want to take gold up to this level. If I go long, I want to get some profits at around 3,370. Guys, I gotta jump off. I got a meeting coming up, so I gotta join that meeting, and I'll be back a bit later with you guys. Welcome And goodbye.
And
Good
that
morning, Peter.
was such a smooth way to
Position.
say goodbye, Jonathan. Thank you for making space for another guest to come in. Um, Hello. That's how how we greet each other. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? Pedro, what's up? What's the marking? What are you doing? Uh, in the market, or are you in the market?
I am not in the market at this point. I'm starting to try to find the next opportunities, which could include a potential short on gold, which could include potential long on the end pairs, which price already moved. Euro pound was one that I was on my radar, and I'm going to try to find potential shorts on US indices as we get closer to the previous tops. You have here Abdullah mentioning that he sees a Quasimodo. Let's jump into that. I'm curious about that one. Let's jump into dollar yen. But tell me, Peter, how are you? How was your crazy Friday last week? Did you catch anything on the NFP? Maybe I can explain my beautiful thought process of NFP and how happy I was with just my analysis, not with the trade. But maybe I can explain that. But before that, Peter, tell me, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm Friday. I did. We had some. Yes, we can hear everyone in the background as well. So if you note, we
Okay.
can hear everyone in the background who's in the room. Of course, you guys at home cannot hear that, and that's the idea. But if you hear, or if you see, observe, you notice that both of us, are a couple of hosts at the same time. We stop and hearing. That's because of we're hearing someone. It's not because you know we're not. It's nothing else. Let's check. You were asking me about Friday. Friday. You know what, Pedro? I don't know if I should be proud of it or if I should be ashamed of it.
Tell
But
me.
I don't know if you have this, but I once I opened the position, I closed the position. I generally, unless there's something special to it, but I let it go. I don't think about it anymore. Of course, when I journal, that's something different. But I mean, once I continue with my life, it's been journaled, it's been done, it's been archived. I don't think about it anymore. So actually, on Friday, if you ask me, my first reaction would be, I don't remember what I did Friday in terms of trading, and which one I caught and what the result was. I think at one part I would like to think that's a good thing, right? It's so boring, right? Because
Mhm.
I keep on doing the same thing, and it's not exciting. I win, I lose, I end up generally going on the positive side, and it's just another day. But what I do remember, I NFP, I didn't have. If I think about it, I didn't catch any signals. There wasn't any signals. That's not very unusual for me on these high impact news days.
Mhm.
However, I did scalp a lot. I have to say, I did scalp a lot, and it
Before
it
or after the
it,
news?
it beg your pardon.
Before or after the event?
The whole day, basically,
Oh,
before, during, after, and it had me with my back against the wall for some time, I have to confess. But in the end, I did close it in profit. I mean, the day, and did have to fix a couple of trades, but it's all good in the end.
perfect.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was, to be honest. It was, I have like different, when I do the journaling. I check not only on the risk reward ratio, but also the ratio between the drawdown and the maximum the MFA, right? So the maximum favorable excursion, and I checked them, and that wasn't great. I have to confess. So I was on a long time, basically in a lot more drawdown than in profit. That's not how typically I want to get. So sometimes that happens, right? We don't know exactly what's going to happen. We just take probabilistic trades, and sometimes they don't work that well in your favor, right? And you either take the loss or you try to fix it somehow if that's part of your system. And that's what I needed to do. But that's the scalping part of my strategy, not the one that I share all the times with quasi order blocks and all of that, with very rule-based system to enter, to exit, very rigid. That's my main strategy, and that's the one I get most of my profit off from. But the scalping, I have to say, has been very promising, and who knows? I don't know. Maybe I will allocate some more capital to that as well, like some more. Put it as part of my portfolio, my personal portfolio. But that aside, let's see. You have. I'm not sharing any screen, so that's the first thing I need to do before we start looking at any chart and checking on the comments to see who's in today. Someone saying hi, Zorro. I'm not sure if that's me. Maybe it is. I'll get my sword out. By the way, by the way, Pedro, I don't know when you grew up, but were you watching that series, that very old series? I think it's almost in black and white. Zorro, somewhere in Mexico.
Yeah, I watched it. I was watching that one. I think it was a nice cartoon, and then of course the movie came up with Antonio Banderas in. What was the actress? It was actually a beautiful actress. I don't remember now, but it was. Who was the actress now? Katarina Zeta-Jones. Yeah, Katarina Zeta-Jones. At least the first Zorro, it was I think my favorite, and I watched it a few times. I don't know if it was because of Zorro itself or Katarina Zeta-Jones, one of the two.
Could be.
But yes, I did watch it, and I enjoyed it.
Perfect. It was just this comment that got me to think about it, because anyway, doesn't matter. But I remember, actually, I don't want to say this. Maybe if I say this, people might date or know my age. But I remember the black and white series way before that movie from Antonio Banderas, where you had the old school Zorro on his horse, and his a little bit of with his assistant. I think his name was Diego de la Vega. If I'm not, it doesn't matter. Let's come back to the charts before we deviate from that too much. But what are you looking? Halma Sayek, is that Salma Hayek? It's not that this one got me confused. Yeah, it was Salma Hayek. A very good one, Fabian. Let's see. What are you looking at in terms of opportunities today? Are you looking at gold? Euro?
Gold. Sorry.
Which pairs are you looking at for possible entries?
Yeah, so I was looking for a potential short. Now it's gone. If price comes back close to this top in year on gold, I think there's maybe still more short opportunities in there. So we had this impulsive move to the upside after Friday, and price ended up actually still respecting this bottom. So again, just one comment as well, guys. Like when you guys ask for gold, for example, Sarim is asking to open gold, and someone else is asking for any other pair, it would be really great if you guys can give a bit more insights into what time frame do you want us to look at. Are you looking for shorts? Are you looking for longs? If you want to be even more precise with the price level that you are thinking about either getting in, again, as a short or a long, that will facilitate a lot our feedback towards what you want us to look at. Otherwise, we're just going to be looking at sharing our view, which may or may not help you. It depends, because you may be looking at a higher time frame and you want us to look at 1 minute. So maybe that's not going to really help. So yeah, try to be precise when you do ask. That would be great. But yes, gold, in my opinion, I think this was a good level to start having a little bit of a bounce to the downside of finding some sellers. This is kind of an important structure, but as I mentioned, this is the last low that created the top, so that was usually a level where price tends to react. We did have that oops, where did I go? We did had a little bit of that reaction, then price reacted from the supply again. Again, that was overnight, and I was trying to see price would retest kind of back into this zone as a short. Price just went a little bit below it, and now it's already moving to the downside. And then I may be expecting maybe gold to be bouncing a little bit in between this zone. I think maybe gold can come back into this structure, which is a little bit of indecision up and down before maybe it gets closer to any of these extremes. So if that would play out, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Otherwise, again, my favorite levels would be always close to extreme zones where I would like to participate. But that's a little bit on gold what I'm looking. The price can come back into this level now. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see it in 1950s or even 60s, even 70s. But I'm not gonna go into any other dates. But that's the one. That's the one with Diego de la Vega and Bernardo, his assistant.
Yes, exactly,
Very
Bernardo. Yeah.
very funny duo, and of course, it has a lot to it has some similarities with Batman, right? They're both in dark. They're both masked, and they come through during the night, right? Typically, Zorro doesn't come during the day, if I remember correctly. It's mostly during the night, and both of them are very prominent figures in their communities, right? You have the Dwayne Corporation for Batman, and Diego de la Vega is, I believe, he's one of the wealthiest people in the town, things like that. So I just a little mentioning there, something completely unrelated to trading. I know.
I think it's quite relevant. I think it's really quite relevant, because if you start looking at the pattern itself, right? So the Z, right? Then I think if you just flip it a little bit and maybe can, if you maybe kind of make it like this, there's maybe a pattern here. Oops, 1 second, this is an M. There's maybe a pattern in here that we can trade. Okay, so this is actually maybe the beginning of a potential quasi-mode in here. I don't know. Just continue to draw some stuff. It becomes a pattern.
Yeah, for sure. In any case, I'm going to take my sword and start drawing on the chart.
Exactly.
No, but there are a couple of things that I think I think gold is so just. What are your expectations? Is it more likely to go up according to your structures and momentum and things that you're reading? Or is it 50-50 still for you? It can go any place? Or do you have does your, TA tell you anything in terms of
I was more bearish. I was more bearish, and that's why I caught that short in there. And I was actually looking to see, and I was actually looking to see if price would finally break below these two lows. So when price actually started to move to this side, a reaction a little bit from here, but eventually I was looking to see price would break down, would break below this 3,250, but it didn't. Like, apparently price managed to respect this demand zone one more time, and we just exploded. So we are back into this. You are back into this mid range. You can see so many times kind of how price traded around this level. We kind of found some agreement, and it was kind of happy to be traded around here. And because price one more time hold this level of support, I'm a bit more. Now it's a bit more in doubt, because now it starts to have way too many tops, way too many bottoms in alignment, and I don't really like to trade that anymore, to be honest. So yes, I was bearish kind of last week. I was trying to say, actually, if price had broken this level, I would have been much more bearish. Even if price then retraced, I was still looking then for price eventually to go to these 3,200 or something like that. But it didn't. Actually, price hold it, so it's a bit more of wait and see. To be honest, it's wait and see. I could see price maybe coming back into this demand zone that was created during the NFP and holding again and going up. The same way that if price starts to go higher, maybe there's still some opportunities to sell again and finding more selling pressure at around this level. So I don't know exactly what Code wants to do for the next month or so. The reality is that, like, if you look at it, we are trapped in this range. If you start considering from this level, this was May. Okay, this is May, so we are almost 3 months into this price action in here. So it's going to be interesting. That's going to be, it's more wait and see for me now.
Well, I'll switch to mine. And by the way, Diego Oliveira was actually named after Don Diego. Wow, I mean that's nice to know, right?
Yeah, at least back in the day, it was after a superhero. Nowadays, it's maybe after, I don't know, a singer or a footballer or whatever. Right?
Awesome. All right, so let's continue with the. Okay, so see, actually, yes, we're doing it in English. Nothing about C. Yeah. So in the let's switch to my. To my scene. There it is. That's mine. If with you, Pedro.
Go ahead.
And I, as always, like to start with the monthly time frame, right? And just considering, what's happening on the higher time frames before we go looking for direction or structures on the lower time frame. So obviously we're on the monthly. So these order blocks on the weekly are to be ignored. Okay, and anything not monthly should be ignored in this time frame. So what I see is that we just created, right, last month on July, we created a bearish order block. That's the first one in quite a long time, right? The last one we had was maybe a borderline order block there or maybe here. That's quite some time ago. That's in 2023. Just to give you an idea that, things are, the market conditions are changing. We've been almost exclusively, not almost, exclusively since then creating only bullish structures, and now we have a bearish structure. It doesn't mean the end of the trend, but it does mean there is a shift, at least for the coming few weeks and months, that we could have a, let's see how we adjust this. I have no idea, but it changes on my scene to a wider, I'll have to figure that out. A wider scene. Let me see.
I got it. I got what you mean.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't really matter. But I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter. And apparently, I cannot take there. There we go. Okay, so this is the. So the monthly, we do have an order block, and it is fresh. Obviously, it is fresh. It's the immediate retest, and we are already 5 days, calendar days into the month, and we're already retesting a big part of that. If we understand that then we can actually see that everything we do coming weeks might be just a retest of this order block and a possible push down. At least that's the order block. That's what it's telling us. To me, that's what I read from an order block when it's being retested, right? It's getting ready for that push much lower, but that can happen later this month. That can happen later. It can happen, a month from now, 2 months from now. So it doesn't really give us, in terms of timing, it doesn't give us, the direction where that could, when that could happen. And the line of the in the sand, of course, that expectation should be, as long as price is below this level, which is the 34.51.38. As long as we're below that, I'm going to assume that the market is trying to create a reversal pattern to break it, continue, have that propulsion or that impulse coming in, reversing from the order block and going in the opposite direction. And if that were to happen, by the way, we do not have anything else other than this weekly order block. Remember, we don't look at the weekly structures here. Okay, so this is the if that were to happen, if we do get a reaction from this order block, it would be something we don't have anything there. So reasonably You could be targeting this structure or perhaps that high on its way down, because there isn't anything on the monthly time frame. If you keep, especially if you get a reaction, and then we had another or maybe even two order blocks, bearish ones, confirming, and sealing down that bearish reaction, then you can start looking for all the way to much lower prices. That's almost inconceivable in gold, because gold has been very bullish, but that's how the market works, right? So okay, that's one thing, right? So we put it aside. It's too early to do anything with it, because the market, at least on the weekly, does not give us any reasons to go short yet. So that's something we need to just put aside and expect that to be, maybe a scenario for future reference. Okay. Let's see. So then on the weekly, let's look at the weekly. We have created a fresh order block right there. Okay, that order block comes where? It comes as the second retest. This is the first retest, the immediate one. This is the actual first one, which is not including the immediate one, right? This is the one that I trade, this retest. And then this, the last one, or the most recent one, is the second retest, according to me. And I don't trade those, even though, as you can see, they can still be very, very fine, very profitable to trade. So I understand that the market is reacting bullishly on a bullish order block, right? Why do I say bullish here? Because it created, look at that, it created another order block on top of the other one, as if the first one was a mitigation order block, right? It comes there to mitigate that order block as it continues to create bullish structure. So from the top down, even though the monthly tells us there is a possibility of a reversal later on, who knows, in a couple of weeks or perhaps even months, the weekly, the previous week, the last weekly candle tells us that the momentum is to the upside, right? It is bullish. It is reacting from bullish structures, meaning that it's more likely to have, a push in any of some sort, right? And that's this order block, as it is being created, it goes there. Typically, it does this either immediately or in an actual retest later on. But you would expect some kind of a reaction from that, either from the immediate or from the second one. Both of them are telling us that, we can expect either right now or in the next couple of weeks, a push to the upside. And that is something that I think is it should not be ignored. So the weekly is still bullish, and we should align our setups. If you're a swing trader, if you can, or at least acknowledge that fact that the weekly is bullish, and the likely place, the likely direction, if everything starts, falling into alignment, is that we'll get some kind of a push. How much of a push is, no one really knows, but that's the likely direction based on what these structures are telling us. All right, so if we go to the daily, we do have, this is quite complex, and I don't know, it looks all crowded, and it's for a reason, because the market has been kind of compressed, not kind of, been compressed and going sideways, creating structures on both sides. Okay, so it is what it is. I can make it up, undo what's happening. So we do have a bullish quasi, which I prefer because it is in alignment with the weekly, right? So, and that's this bullish quasi, comes once within the order block, has its reaction, and actually goes almost taking out that high. And to me, that's can already be considered that it retested the same area, comes back for a second retest of the same order block. The order block is this one, and I would expect it to be testing this area. That would be the target for me based on this bullish structure, right? So that's the established downtrend, the neckline, breaking of that neckline, coming back once, twice, and then as it targets this high, but possibly much higher, right? If it really breaks, I normally only target this unless I have a higher time frame. And actually we do. We have the weekly telling us that a weekly push could be likely. And actually this is not my target on that weekly time frame, right? And I see that already, right? So the monthly this is not in alignment with the monthly, right? Only one will be right, okay? Unless it's a huge wick, which I don't expect, but I mean, anything is possible. So that's one thing. So the weekly is bullish. We have a fresh order block being retested, and we have this daily quasi telling us that market is at least this is the next station in terms of the pattern, the sequence of the pattern, right? Now, how does the price go from where we are to that price, to that target? Is it in one line, or does it have to use some kind of retest before it goes there? We don't now. No one really knows, right? So it might be that it needs to retest something first, and even deeper, and then have the reversal to go there, or just go there relatively direct. We don't know that, so we have to be prepared for basically all the possible scenarios. So that's on the buy side. And if we go to the lower time frames, you can see if the impulsive move already started, or has already started in this time frame. And you could look for quasis, and you can already assume where I would be looking for that quasi to get in if it were to come back. It's a quite deep one after such a move, but it does happen from time to time, where price, even though it has such a impulsive move, that in the end it still trickles down into that area, and then changes direction, going much higher. So we'll have to wait for the H4 quasi. I don't have anything on here, this area on the H4 time frame to start a buy setup. So I'm not looking to enter anything currently. That can change in a couple of hours, but right now I'm not looking for any opportunities long on gold. So basically, what we have is this order block that might still. I don't trade this, but this order block that has been retested, I don't trade this, but we could expect, if we don't have anything else, if we don't have any structure on the daily or H4 or similar time frames, that you could expect price to be gravitating toward that upper border, and then we will have to see if it creates reversal patterns, because that could be the cue for price to moving much higher. But we'll have to see, right? It doesn't always do that. Price doesn't always move the exact way all the time. It's not that easy. So that's on the buy side for gold. Now, do we have a reason? Let's look at the opposite side. Do we have a reason for a short on the weekly, right? We already saw that on the monthly there was a reason to look for a sometime in the future for a short. Do we have a short on the weekly? There is a order block, a bearish order block that has been being retested for some time, but this is clearly that it has no effect at price, right? Price has been retesting it for how many weeks now, and I don't see anything. 11 bars now, that's plenty of time, way too much time. I would actually think this is of no consequence anymore. I would even delete this order block, because it's been too long of a time. It's not 1 bar or 2 bars. Sometimes it takes a couple, but 11 is a bit too much, right? So I don't have a reason to expect a short movement on this time frame. If anything, we see the bullish undertone here by these order blocks being retested, created and retested multiple times. However, we did see a quasi, which is much smaller, but it's still present, and it's this one. I'm gonna make it for you guys visible. Let's see. This is the quasi. This is the shortest or the smallest uptrend visible, valid, higher highs, higher low. Breaks that neckline right there. That's the neckline. Breaks it, and it comes back to only one order block that we have. And you see that how it comes back and it moves away. Beautiful. beautiful. I mean, very tradable. Yeah, and that order block, quasi has been, in my opinion, has been already, it's done, right? It came into that order block, the last structure in that pattern. And to me, that's, almost as good as taking that low, or not taking the low, but retesting that low. So that pattern is already done. However, these quasis, until they are completely invalidated by a close above this order block, the last one, they're still active. And we can see that, price comes back to the same order block, which I say is still active, and now is showing another bearish engulfing from that area. That's not coincidence, right? So even though we have weekly reason to believe to look for a long, and we have a daily bullish quasi that has been reacting very beautifully from these structures, meaning the structure below, we also have a opposing structure and also daily quasi that tells us that it could be reacting to this order block. And if that's were to be the case, it's going to likely go back to test something. And what do we have there? That's another daily order block. The distance isn't much, but you can use this if, let's say, today it closes as an engulfing, a bearish one, right? And that tells us that confirms that structure, bearish structure, that is the market is reacting to it. And to me, what the trade then would be, so this is something maybe for tomorrow, when we do create that bullish, the bearish structure, we then come back. If we do, I would be interested in taking a short from there and taking it to the next order block. Very simple, nothing too complex, one level to the next, understanding that within these structures, even though we have a bullish structure, you can still catch a move down. Don't think, necessarily this is going to go dropping down, because that doesn't make sense right now, to me at least. But I would definitely be considering this kind of a move. And it makes sense as well. Remember, we have the H4 within the daily, within the bullish version, or the bullish setup, right? We have a quasi, and I just mentioned that, I would be interested in going long from here. Well, there's no way I can take a long from there unless price goes there, right? So the sell setup is actually fits nicely within that possible setup, bullish coming up as well. So I hope that's helpful for you guys out there. I'm haven't been checking the chat, so let's do that.
It's good. So basically, we kind of agree on it's a bit tricky in terms of direction at this point. Like, price reacted from both extremes, not exactly a proper direction, and more intraday. I kind of agree. I see that the demand zone as a potential long, or also a potential target for a short if price actually starts moving that direction. And this can still be a good short. This top that is being created today, depending, of course, maybe how price or where the flows are going to be reacting, or maybe how price is going to close tonight. It's that's basically where we are on gold at this point.
And actually, you can see that quasis and order blocks are just building blocks of the market, right? It's you will find them in trending markets. You'll find them in ranging market. As you see now, we have ranging markets on the higher time frames, right? The market has been ranging, but we still see those bullish and bearish structures even on the same time frame. Why? Because that's how the market moves. These are the the attempts to reverse that the market moves. Sometimes they fail, sometimes they succeed, but that's how, at least to me, that's how the market speaks, right? That's the language of the market, through these patterns and these movements. And once, at least to me, I keep repeating that, but at least to me, if once you have a framework by which through which you understand, you get the signals or the intentions, right? It's not like the market is a person, but the intention of what it wants to do, what it's trying to get, that simplifies a lot, and it takes away the noise, because you can focus only on getting in on where where it makes sense according to the pattern, your pattern that you're using, and leaving out all the random trades that you take in between. Because if I didn't have the pattern, I'd be looking everywhere for whatever thing that I see that makes me think, okay, it's gonna move. But if you have a very clear rule-based pattern, you can be very patient and wait for those moment price comes to your area for those alignment, and only trade when that happens. I believe it is the signs of maturity as a trader when you're patient and you're waiting for the market to come to you instead of you going after and chasing down the market. That typically only can end up one way, and that's not you being very happy.
Yeah.
Okay. We have what colors do you have on your chart? Oliveira is saying almost everyone changes colors, and I haven't, green and red. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should. I don't think so, but it's not. It doesn't affect me. But I've heard people say that the color of the candle could have some kind of an effect, right? Red being danger, and green being, I don't know, inviting or whatever. But it doesn't have that effect on me. What colors do you have, Pedro?
Yeah, I actually just changed it. Actually, I changed it this weekend. Mine was kind of more oranges and blue, I think, in the past. But I like to have most of the stuff kind of dark background, even my display, my folders and everything. Even now, apparently, my MetaTrader 5, I think, got updated finally, and I think they have now a black background version of it, which is I'm enjoying it. I could change some covers in there, but I'm enjoying it. So I think at least on me, I already got that upgrade. Maybe some of you already got it as well on your MT5s.
Yes, I was gonna just say that we got yesterday morning. We got the update, the dark version, and that's we've been waiting for that. It's so simple, but I mean, I like everything dark. Hint,
me too.
Hint, my math. But and MT5 was so bright. It was almost painful to look at.
It's true. So now I'm enjoying that I see almost basically all monitors dark now, and so that's nice. But for me, in terms of the covers or not, what I like to look at, or something that I like to be able to see, even when I'm zooming out, and I have maybe the chart a little bit small, I like to pay attention to the wicks, like the difference between the wicks and the body. Okay, so because that for me matters when I'm looking for the levels or potentially where the demands are or supplies or something like that. So no matter the color, I like to see at least some kind of contrast between the body of the candle and the wick. So I can spot, like, even when I'm zoom out, and then I still can't see them because I like to identify them. So yeah, regardless of the color, some contrast between body and wick of the candles that matters to me.
I think Nora is absolutely right. The white background that's why I have it on TradingView. I think a lot of us have it on dark background because it's just easier. I mean, we watch this chart, sometimes all day, with a lot of joy, but it doesn't mean I want to be easy on my eyes. And some people have it black and white as well, right? The less stimuli. I don't know if that's I don't know. For me, I think you have to do whatever works for you, because like what you mentioned here, that sometimes for you need to identify visually easily the wicks or maybe the body, maybe something else. Like for example, I know we know that Saul, the CEO, he doesn't look at he doesn't look at the zoom of the chart where the bodies are visible. His chart is typically, if you go, let's say, on the lower time frames, you barely see the bodies, right? This is how he looks at the chart, and for him, it doesn't matter what color they are. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, they are maybe one color, or maybe they do have different colors. But so you have to do what works best for you visually, for your comfort as well. and emotions. If they triggers you somewhere somehow to have some kind of some kind of a way, then you should definitely look into anything that helps you, even if it's changing the color. If it is, and it may sound silly, some of you might think this is silly. We're talking about changing the colors of the screen. What the hell, you might think, right? Is that going to change your strategy, your risk management? No, it might not, but it might change your behavior, your reaction, and that is also one of the pillars of trading, right? If you don't have the right mindset, you will not be successful as a trader. That's period. I mean, you're not a robot. So you will.
And the ability to some, especially for someone that does price action or kind of try to identify SPY demands and stuff like that. Sometimes the ability just to spot them as well, depending on the cover, can be easier. Because I do like to look at the chart sometimes, like you have it right now, but it's still in there. I like to be able to see a little bit of the difference of the wicks. The kind of where the difference between the wick and the body, because those are the levels where I'm going to be interested in trying to find a reaction in the market.
I think all of them have their pros and cons, right? If you have your chart zoomed out like this, you will see compression easier, and you will see momentum, because momentum will have they have like thin lines going from one place to the other, like there. That's momentum. This is momentum. And when you have market going, sideways and compressing, you will see you'll see like a chunk of bars grouped together and not really going anywhere, right? And that's something that can be a way to read price. I personally don't use it because I need my
then I zoom in. I start from one perspective, and then I zoom in into the normal visualization like you do.
I need to zoom in to get my OHLC data, right? The levels where they close, because that's how I read and understand the intention of the market. But I mean, to everyone their own, right? You have to find your way. But I was making a point that the color may not sound very consequential for a lot of people who might not react to them. But think about it. Everything that even helps you 1% or 2%, and that can be done, should be done. For example, if you need silence, complete silence to trade well, because that helps you concentrate, I'm a person like that, then that is what you need to be. The environment you need to be in. If you need music to think better, all those things, they may sound trivial, but I don't think they are, right? Some people need to take work out before they trade, for example, because of whatever habits they may have, or links association they have, or it might be something else. Whatever it is that puts you in a better mental state to concentrate, to focus, to be calm inside, you need to be doing. Even if that's with changing the colors, by all means do it. Or whatever it is, it doesn't matter. So I don't shy away if someone comes with something ludicrous and says, I need to do this before I trade because it calms me down. Then do it. Other people might be having your cat nearby, and that might calm you and soothe you, and I don't why not? The market isn't making it easier for you, so you have to make it as easy as possible. But let's Osgur got stopped on gold. I feel you, my friend. We all do. It's part of the game. It's what can we do? Watch and learn, and observe our trades and see if we followed everything, and if we did, be happy about the fact that we did follow, even though we had a loss. All right, so shall we take a look at other pairs?
Let's take a look. Let's jump into maybe some of related to the dollar or euro dollar, something like that. Kevin's mentioned that his secret sauce is actually using a blue and purple candles, a dark gray background, and that's it. It's a guaranteed 3 to 5% per month instantly.
Wow.
That's
that's some secret right there.
Yeah. Yeah, let's take a look at the dollar. Maybe I'm interested to see maybe what is your take now on the maybe
Euro
on the euro
dollar.
as well.
Okay,
Yeah, maybe we can look at it.
let's
If after last Friday's move, are you bullish? Are you a bit more bearish? Where do you see the opportunities in there?
All right. So one thing is we did not confirm the reaction from last week's last month, I should say, the monthly reaction on the monthly quasi. And if you don't know what I mean, stay tuned. But while you're staying with us, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, because that's how you support us. And you want to support us because you want to support the good ones, the authentic ones, the ones that are here to help you. All right, but let's get back to the chart. What we have is this, right? If we break down the market price action from the last 7 years or so, we've been in a quite wide range, and from there, whenever you have a range, um, we want to trade a range, meaning you want to be shorting the top of that range because we assume that the range will last for some time. It's the same as with the trend, right? Until it breaks the trend, you should assume it's going to continue. The trend, the ranges are the same. As long as it doesn't break, they don't. The range isn't broken. You need to assume that it's going to hold and take that trade. So basically, short from the parts, the above side and lower side. But that's on the monthly time frame. So how are you going to do that? You can't, basically. So one thing that I use is I look from in this time frame, and you can apply this to any time frame. I look for reversal patterns on each side. So bearish reversal when we get above the last part of that range, and bullish reversal when we are at the bottom of that range. And to the degree that there is a pattern, a reversal pattern, it tells me something of the probabilities of a possible reversal, right? If there is no pattern, or if there is a pattern but it is broken, invalidated, that tells me that the market is not using one of the ways that it typically used for the reversal. It's not the only way. It can still reverse, even if it doesn't have a quasi, but the chances of it reversing are diminishing by the candle each time, once it creates and not only creates, but invalidate this structure. What I mean by that, and I keep talking a lot, I know, but this is the reversal pattern, right? The quasi. You have a downtrend, and if you have at the bottom of a range, right? This is basic range, a way to trade ranges. If we have a bullish reversal pattern being formed, and that reaction or that pattern does leave, let's say we have a couple of structures here, right? And when price comes back to these structures, it doesn't, by the degree it respects them, you can get an idea, are we going to get a reversal or not? If we go through them like a hot knife through butter, right, you get the point. It's like the market telling you, I'm not so interested in reversing, right? That's not following the plan or the cue, the sequence, the book. I think I was looking for another word, but it doesn't matter. So why am I saying this? Because on the monthly time frame, we do have a quasi formation, a reversal pattern, which it reacted the first time. So don't think about what happened to the right here, but think about, we have a uptrend, established uptrend, breaking of that neckline. We go back to that order block. Actually, that order block was here, right? Because this is the addition of the extra order block that was created right there. So it wasn't this wide. It was up to here. But as we can see, price does come back into that order block and move away. It doesn't move away until first retesting it and then creating the move, right? But that's besides the point. And it is that order block, that structure, left 3 order blocks in there. And now it took the first one, didn't flinch. The second one, and I wasn't expecting, I was watchful, waiting to see if we can close as a bearish engulfing on the monthly. So far, we haven't. So basically, it failed at giving us a signal that it wants to reverse from this area. It did have a reaction, right? That's the big reaction on the monthly time frame we saw, which was last month, right? The whole month basically was just one big red candle on the monthly time frame and reacting from this monthly entry order block on the quasi. But it failed to negate the previous candle, right? It failed to negate that candle. It needed to close below the open to basically absorb all that bullishness that that first candle or the previous candle represents. So to me, that's a bullish sign. Yes, it the momentum, the last previous candle was bearish, and that bearishness can still continue some more, but it had a chance to show us that the sellers are truly in this time frame in control, and they failed at it. So what does that mean? To me, that means that the sellers are not in control, right? They couldn't close and negate the candle. So to me, I think that's a little bullish sign within a bearish structure, meaning we're likely to go again and retest some structure here, and perhaps even retest this order block again, if not even break it to go even higher. Now, I talked to LJ, and from the fundamental side, he thinks we're probably going to stay current levels or even lower. Got a sneeze coming up here. That happens on live when we're streaming, right? We can cut it and cut it out. But but that's beside the point. The only thing I can use are order blocks and quasis and whatever fundamental, and maybe it doesn't make. It's not an input on the way I analyze the market. So that's on the monthly. So basically, we failed to put to clearly tell us that the quasi is at play. So the quasi is not at play right now, right? We do have a bearish area, but it did not signal. It did not tell us that the sellers have taken control. So that's I think that's the relevant thing to see. If we go to the lower time frames, however, even though the market did not signal or confirm that bearish monthly signal, what we can see is a very clear weekly bearish order flow, which is this. Look at that. We came back to that order block on the weekly time frame. We had bearish. Look at that bearish engulfing created. It comes back for the second one and confirms it again with another bearish engulfing. To me, that's very, very clear that even though on the monthly time frame they didn't negate the whole candle, on the weekly they're ruling as a king, right? The sellers, that is. This is the order block that was last created, and I would be looking to short on the weekly time frame from that area, because that's still fresh and hasn't been retested yet. So I'm going to be looking to look for a short from that area. We're not there yet, so there isn't a lot to be done currently. So I'm looking for this order block to be retested. If it does get retested, I'll be looking for the daily and the H4 for alignment for a possible short. So that's the weekly. The daily time frame, let's look at a very beautiful area. Right, remember, I'm looking for a short from this area, okay? And we did create the quasi, finally, bearish quasi on this time frame. That's the established uptrend. It takes out the neckline. See that neckline there? It takes it out, and it leaves behind two order blocks which are overlapping, giving us this order block. And where is it? It is exactly neatly inside that weekly structure that I just mentioned that I want to be shorting from. So that's perfect. That's beautiful. I want to be then watching to see if and when price gets there for this move, basically. It's too early to see anything if it's going to happen, if it's going to get there. Maybe it's not even gonna get there, or maybe when it gets there, it's not gonna react, giving on any signal, any reversal. And if that's the case, then I just let it go. Just a thought, a scenario didn't come out, and I'm not gonna chase it. But if it does, then I'm gonna be targeting this low or something in around that level. That's what I'm looking for Obviously, that's something that's not going to happen today. That might be something for next week or maybe later on this week, if it happens, right? We don't know that. That's on the daily time frame. And before we go any further, we can see this fresh order block, this outside bar that was created. So from this area, I want to be long, and from that area, I want to be short. That's as far as I can. We're not there. We're in the middle of it. So basically, on the daily, as a swing trader, I don't have any trades coming up. At least a couple of bars, I think, unless we have a huge bar between tomorrow or today. I don't think so, but that I don't think that's going to happen. The high volatility move was last week, probably not this week. So
Yes.
on the lower time frame, this one is already out of the window. So I'm looking for a bullish structure, a bullish retest of this daily order block, and it fits the same thing as with gold. We actually don't have a quasi in this time frame, so there isn't anything to look for. These structures have been invalidated already, very neatly, and I'm not interested in this order block as well, because it's this is how many bars? 4, 6, 8, 9. It's borderline. You could still, depending on what level, how strict you want to be with the freshness of the order blocks. Personally, I would prefer not to trade that. Right. So as it is getting closer to 10, I'm getting less and less interested in taking it. Whether I take it or not depends on the value that I use for my cutoff value. So we do have an order block there, but nothing really interesting for me to take a long from. And we do have a short, which is against the momentum of that big impulsive move. But if it's still fresh, I will take that trade. We're not there, so there isn't really anything to do for me. And because I'm from the H4 I need for the basis of my setup, I've got nothing to look for. So this is the time I do other stuff, right? I go through my trades. I spend time developing other strategies that I'm developing. I scalp, do anything else. I stream, although that's on schedule, obviously. But I look for trades, right? And this is something I think sometimes we talk about this, and we have talked about this in the past, that you do not have to be trading all the time, right? It's a common misconception for new novice traders to think, I'm a trader, I should be clicking, I should be in the market, I should be analyzing constantly, and going to lower time frame looking for that entry. No, you don't have to, right? Only if your trade plan tells you so. And my trade plan tells me to stop basically at this level. If the H4 isn't telling me anything, I'm not in a rush. I'm just going to wait for the market to give me the right circumstances to go in for a trade. So let's see. We on the lower time frame, if you're still interested for an area, not that I would trade this, but there is an order block there. See how the reaction. Yesterday we had someone asking, how do you tell us about a scalping strategy? I talked about this, where the market comes to these order blocks, even if they're not very, very fresh, even if I don't consider them to be prime order blocks to be traded from, you will still have some kind of a reaction from. And you can see that, right? It's no coincidence. Look at this time frame. Price goes there and is now forming. We don't know if it's going to close as actually, I'm pretty sure it's going to close as a bullish bar, because it's only have 53 minutes to close. I mean, seconds. And that also signals us that we need to get ready for someone else coming into the stream. That's the magnificent Mike coming in the background with the also Mr. Griff, very profitable trader, getting ready to share his all his good stuff. Very disciplined. That's something I like about him. I actually, first time I talked to Griff, I instantly I became a fan of him. Right, I still am, and that's because he's patient. his discipline. And those are two things I think every trader should cherish. You should be proud of being patient. I don't care if it makes you take one trade a month, but if you're following a validated plan, that's what you want to be doing. That's the side, that's where you trade, you're escaping the randomness of the market and trading with edge. But anyways, on EU, I don't have anything else. I still see bearishness from the market. To finish off, as we have an outside bar on the H2 that indicates, right, even though we have come to demand zones, it looks like the market is getting ready for an even deeper piercing of that order block and perhaps even breaking it for lower time frames. We don't know that in advance, but that could be something that is in store for us. We'll have to see. So far on the H4, I don't have a reason to do anything with this market. I don't want to touching it. I don't want to, burn my fingers on just because I can't sit still and wait for my setup to happen. Pedro, I am going away.
Yeah, me too.
I think you are too. Yes.
Yes.
And we have the two magnificent gentlemen in the background waiting to, help our viewers in bringing clarity to the charts. All right, so let's see.
Okay.
let me check if I find the intro. Yes, there you go. You got it. Okay, perfect. All right. So hopefully I will not hopefully. You guys watching us, you better be when I get back. It's gonna be in about 1 hour. I'm gonna be coming back. Pedro, any last words before we switch to the Magnificent Two?
Right, it's all good. Have a great day, guys. Good luck in the market. That's basically it.
All right.
All right.
The intro is all yours, Mike. See you guys.
Hello.
Griff, my man, how you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you, Mike?
Yeah, I am good, mate. Always a pleasure to see you, my friend. How's things?
You as well. I'm fine. Just the usual. No trades, no sleep. It's a good life. How about you?
I'm halfway there. I'm on no sleep, but I have been taking trades.
Oh, good.
So yeah. I've been trading like a degenerate as always. So
I'm excited to see what you've got.
Well, no, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. My trades are just absolute disasters. But no, all good. How's is the sleep non-existent entirely?
I get about 3 hours a night, and this afternoon, after lunch, I'm gonna have another 3 hours. I'm gonna have a nap. That's the strategy.
Good choice. Nice afternoon nap. Nice little siesta, as our Iberian friends would say. Good to see you, Nora. Henri is in with us. We got Venetius. We got Kazoba Forex Lab. Good to see you as well. I hope everyone is doing good. So no trades this week, Griff, but you've obviously been seeing what's happening in the markets, especially after Friday's kind of explosive NFP. I know you're not a fan of necessarily trading the news, but did you see anything that you thought, just think, I would like to be part of that?
Yeah, we had a really nice downtrend like all week until NFP, around NFP time. I don't trade NFP. It's the only day in the month that I take off of trading, because quite often it just like whipsaws in both directions, and you don't win whether you take a buy or a sell. And because I take longer positions, there's not much benefit to me taking a trade on a Friday afternoon anyway. So yeah, I don't trade NFP. But otherwise, last week I was looking for shorts on pretty much all the pairs, but I didn't get a setup.
Got you. Anything you're looking at the moment?
Well, following NFP, we're getting the usual NFP like range. Quite often you'll see that we just range within the NFP candle. I find you can see that on AU really clearly. EU is moving quite nicely as well, just in a very flat range. So at the moment, I'm just waiting for something to happen. I'm waiting for confirmation of direction. I think what would be really nice, actually, just looking at EU here, we've got this big downtrend in price action. We kind of came to a halt. We slowed down, broken, retraced the low, broken, retraced the low, and then we got the NFP candle. And now we're forming this really nice range. I reckon if we sweep this low right here, we're in a good position to target these highs, go higher. I reckon if you look on the 4 hour, yeah, it's basically like my flag entry. If it just sweeps this low here, that would be really nice, just off the top of my head. But otherwise, yeah, everything's just moving sideways, and I'm waiting for some impulsive price action.
Yeah, we have obviously got we have had some PMI today across Euro, but it hasn't really done anything. And we obviously have the services PMI for the dollar later on this afternoon, about 3 o'clock, I think, UK time. So, I mean, would you be keeping an eye out for that? Would you be looking to try and trade that, or were you going to be napping?
I'll be napping in this case. I think I've mentioned before, like the fastest setup I can get is within 3 hours. So if I take a nap right around when we get PMI, then I've got 3 hours to nap, basically, because PMI, we can probably assume we'll get some kind of large candle. So maybe we trickle down, we get a big wick here, and then we get a big bullish candle. That would be awesome. And then I know that the fastest setup I can get is within the next 2 hours, a continuation setup like this. If you guys know my trading strategy, hopefully you can figure out what that drawing is. Big candle, small pullback, continuation.
LJ will be jealous of that drawing. LJ will be jealous of that drawing.
We can't imagine.
Yeah. We've got Oscore. Good to see Oscore. Past phase 1 in 3 days, feeling good. I know that feeling. Watch out for the whipsaw on that feeling. That could be nasty. I've been hit by it many a time. Ahmed, good to see you. Hope you're well. Hope you're good. And Born in 2944 is with us as always. Good to see you as well. In Euro USD, you explained that you would be looking for long after that liquidity sweep, but what is your entry criteria? What sort of confirmation are you waiting for? Asks Rahul.
Sure, yeah. I have, with my liquidity sweep entry, it's super simple, super basic. I found that, a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll see maybe a sweep on the 1 hour or the 4 hour, on a higher time frame, and then they'll drop down to the 5 minute or the 15 minute, and they'll wait for like a break of structure, something like this, and then maybe they'll set a pending order for a retest, which is a perfectly valid entry. They'll do something like this. But I found that quite easily you can just go on the 1 hour and plop your entry on, just a market execution when you get the first retrace candle, and that's a very similar entry. You're going to be getting similar risk to reward, similar execution, without all of the dropping down to a low time frame and waiting for all this detailed oriented stuff. So for me, I'm just looking for a fairly deep sweep of this low. So preferably 3 pips, 5 pips or more, and then I'm just waiting for maybe a shift in momentum in the form of a large wick to the downside, an engulfing candle, and then I'm just market executing on the close of that candle. That's basically my sweep entry.
So what would you say then if it were to come down to, I'm looking at my chart here, 150, let me just make sure I'm looking at the right one, 148 to 150, if it came down to that pocket, which is basically that wick on that 1 hour candle, if you look to the left.
Yes. Yeah.
Would that be too much of a drop for you?
Yeah, I do have a limit. I think this is still something I'm experimenting with. I think I found that if it breaks with one candle quite deeply, I have a tolerance for taking the next retrace if it's quite an aggressive retrace. But if this move, which is quite deep, as we mentioned, is made up of multiple candles like this, I see this as kind of like sustained momentum to the downside. So I'm not such a fan of that. For me, I'm starting to see a bearish move when we get multiple bearish candles. But if we just get one deep candle and then an instant retrace, for me, that's fine. And it goes into a confluence I've mentioned before, where we have this kind of V, which I really like. I really like that price action. So yeah, it depends on the number of candles into this area.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Your patience that you have trying to look for setups is, it's kind of becoming folklore on the 5ers live becoming like this legendary, right? Griff comes in and he's held on to take no trades. And I'm curious, like, I know you obviously have other jobs and other business interests. So how do you motivate yourself to stick in with it and keep going with it when you can be waiting days, even weeks for an entry?
How do I motivate myself to carry on trading when there's just nothing really going on?
Yeah.
I guess it depends on your mindset. I'm kind of like looking for that next trade. I'm always looking for the next trade, and I have really strict criteria, which means that the next trade may not be around the corner for a while. So I suppose that's how I keep at it. I'm always looking forward, and I'm thinking about that next trade and that next opportunity, and how it might be a 10% winner, like I often get with my strategy. The nature of my strategy is that I make like 80% of my profit in 20% of the year. So quite often I'm in break even or drawdown for most of the year, and then 1 month I'll be up 20% all of a sudden, and I just get 2 or 3 months like that a year. That's how it's been the last few years anyway. Before that, it was quite consistent, quite steady, 5% a month. But now it's like only consistent if you look on a yearly basis. I'd say that's how I stay motivated. I'm just always looking forward for the next trade, and I don't want to miss it.
Yeah. Well, they're so rare for you that you obviously want to make sure that you catch them. When they do happen. Have you looked at all into kind of like automations or EAs or anything like that?
I have, but my strategy has become so discretionary. It's really hard to quantify. I have a friend that trades the exact same way as me, and he's been trading for just as long as me, and we've both gone in completely opposite directions. His strategy is unbelievably like mechanical. He's counting pips, he's measuring retraces, it's all numbers for him, whereas for me it's a lot more feeling and like a visual kind of trading plan. So it's interesting. I don't think I could make my strategy into an EA. I could with like the flag. The flag is really easy. It's just a big impulse and this. And then you'd only really need to try and quantify shifts in momentum and prior price action, because I don't want to take a flag when it's like within a range like this. I want to so the more I think about it, the more I'm like, not possible. But some people that trade the same way as me do have an EA just for flags, but continuations and reversals, if you programmed an EA, you would be getting like a setup every day probably, because it's so difficult to narrow it down through numbers, if that makes sense.
I mean, it's I suppose it's you know, your patience to be able to go through that, and like for me to have 80% of my profit 20% of the time is, you know, I mean, I'm not a profitable trader necessarily, so I'm wishful thinking to be profitable in the first place, but just that the ability to just go, no, that's not my chart, no, that's not my setup, no, it's not it. I think a lot of people would really struggle with that mentality of being so disciplined. I mean, Victor was waxing lyrical, singing your praises just before we came on, and I know, you know, your patience is you know, is one of the things that he really, you know, respects about you. Is that something that you've always just had, or is it just something you've built up over time?
Yeah, somewhat. I think I've always been like known as quite a calm person, quite a chill guy. But I do, surprisingly, I do find that I will dive into opportunities headfirst when they arise. And so I do have to restrain myself somewhat. So yeah, a bit of both. It's funny actually that you say it. Yeah, I being patient is definitely something I've had to acquire because of the nature of my trading strategy. So it's like nurture rather than nature, if that makes sense. That's what I would say. Because if I was trading another strategy, I would be, you know, taking trades every day and maybe not so patient. But because this strategy is so delicate, I have to be really selective, because otherwise I'll just have massive drawdowns and miss all the big trades.
How does your friend that you said who's been trading the same time as you and learned the same strategies, how's his journey going?
Yeah, so last I spoke to him was a couple of months ago, when it was quite a tough period, and he's very calm as well, because he's got all this data to back his back up his confidence, you know. The difference between him and I is that he takes a lot more trades. He's probably taking a trade like every week, or multiple times a week, and it's the same strategy. It's just about how selective we are. And but his drawdowns are much larger than mine, but his profits are also much larger than mine as well. I don't mind having bigger drawdowns, bigger profits, but it doesn't really work for prop firms. I've kind of tailored mine a bit more for prop firms, where I have a really low trade frequency. Because if I go on the charts, you can literally find the entries I trade everywhere. Like, there's a continuation here if you can tolerate that wick. There's potentially a continuation here if you can tolerate this retrace. There's probably a flag around here as well. There's a flag here. They're everywhere, but I have such strict criteria to keep me out of these losing periods, that I stay out of most of these trades. But when I started kind of 2021, I would be taking all of these trades, but I got burned, and you know, I maybe lost a prop firm challenge, or you know, I had more drawdown than I was comfortable with, and so I've refined the strategy to such a degree that now there's like really few trades.
Yeah. What's there's a follow-up question from Rahul here saying, if you look at this week's open in Euro USD, it swept kind of triple top at 30-minute 1 hour time frame. Why didn't you consider riding short from there?
So this week's open, it swept triple top. So I assume he's referring to kind of like this zone, like all of these highs. Do you think that's what he's referring to, Mike? Yeah. So my sweep entry, it's still a bit experimental. I'll only really take it if it's a no-brainer and it's super obvious and higher probability. In this example I mentioned, I like it because we've got the descending channel, we've got the beginning of direction, and I'm just looking for a sweep of this low and a continuation of this direction. With this, there's a few reasons I would not take a sweep in this kind of area. The first of which is I'm not very confident that we're in a downtrend anymore because of this huge bullish candle.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's a police car going past. There's this huge bullish candle, so I'm not so confident in the downtrend. Also, this liquidity area, I would say, is not as relevant because we've moved so far away from it. I think the logic of liquidity is that there's stop orders and stop losses and things above these significant highs. Well, for me, anybody that had positions set around here have probably either moved their stop loss down, closed the trade, or removed their stop order because it's gone so far away. So for me, quite often I found that these areas we don't get much of a reaction in them. So if I were to draw like highs and lows, just as an example, going along, it's probably too difficult to illustrate this. Yeah, so say we have break this high, I would no longer be looking at this liquidity. I would now be looking at this liquidity. If we break again higher again, I would no longer be looking at this. I'd be looking at this. I hope that makes sense. That's the simplest way I can explain it. So yeah, I would be looking here, not here. And and then the fact that we broke into it with such a crazy candle on NFP. Yeah, those would be my reasons. I don't know about you, Mike, what you think about taking trades in that area. It might fit your strategy.
I'm more interested in just finding those reaction zones. So I'm quite technical, I would say. I'm like you. I am discretionary to some extent, but the more you find prices in an area that has seen a reaction on a higher time frame, the more powerful those zones are. Those ones then require obviously more patience, and so if you're then stuck between those areas, you're then, the trick is to not try and chase those, right? So I mean, we looked at Euro USD on ABL, and if I look at where we are right now, I've not done a full markup on my charts, but this is pretty markup. So if I just hide Rahul's comment, we have got basically on the 15-minute at the moment, we have essentially just started to condense and just sit here and start to gather ourselves ready for whatever the move is. Now, currently, we've bounced off this wider area that I had marked out here on another time frame, going all the way back over here on, I think it was on the daily or something. So we have tapped into a key area, and we've created 1, 2, and now the third, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. No, we haven't. We have, yes, sorry, we have. This has also taken the low. So we've now had 3 engulfing candles on the 15-minute, suggesting that we're now in for buys. That's what it looks to me at the moment. We have got a trail of liquidity all the way up here, and one of the key areas is, I think it was on this one, is up here. If you see, we've got 884, 884, 883. So you've got a 5-minute perfect double top, which also happens to be, I'm not sure if it's a daily or what time frame it is, but it's also a higher time frame liquidity level. Yeah, it's a daily inside bar. So yesterday's high didn't break Friday's. So it would be reasonable to expect that, given this wider move that we had down, I mean, if we take it from there to there, we haven't quite reached the 50%. So it'd be reasonable for us to maybe have a reaction from here and then start to maybe make our way up to start retesting other levels. This pocket in here is a 2360 on a much higher time frame. If I go out and look at the weekly, you can see it there. So we're in this little pocket here. Are we going to see just a continuation up of dollar strength? Possibly. but the last month was incredibly strong for the dollar. Sorry, so are we going to see dollar weakness? Sorry, coming in. But if you look at last month, it rejected these areas here, bounced off this structure, and sold off pretty strongly. So I think at the moment we're probably going to see a minor retrace within this daily structure, but I don't think we're necessarily going to see the full-on kicking on higher. That's just my view right now. I don't think the markets are ready for that. I think probably what we're going to do is we're probably going to be heading just that little bit higher, taking the highs from Friday, and we might retest kind of this area here around the kind of the 117.10 area, something like that. That's my thoughts at the moment. But it's just a question of trying to find those entries and deciding, right, there's 4 minutes left here. That engulfing candle is rejecting away from this inside bar. So we might now be saying, actually, do you know what? We took what we wanted on the higher time frame. Now let's sell off and go get the stuff lower. At the moment, it's too much of a consolidation in here. And there's nothing clear that's standing out and saying, yeah, we're definitely going higher, we're definitely going lower. Suggestions are that we would go higher, but it really depends how the next few minutes of this half-hour candle, how they play out. Because right now it's trying to close as a rejection bearish candle. So I'd probably be looking for it to come and retest the wick of this before heading on higher up. And so then it's just a question of looking further down. Where would I see that happen? Well, probably I'd be looking at this element here, this wick on the 5 minute. That might be a nice entry for buys. If we come down there and we start to see a setup on the 1 minute, let's see what it looks like. The 1 minute actually is perfect equal lows. So it suggests that it's not actually as strong as people might think it is. So right now it actually might be sells. And that's just how I mark it out. That's how I go looking through, trying to find where do I see. I can see an inside bar down here. So here on the 30 minute, this candle right now suggesting strength, right? But we need to see how this next 2.5 minute closes, because if we start to push down, well, the low of that wick is actually very, very weak because it's a perfect equal low. And that's kind of just how I look at it, really. Trying to see, where are areas of weakness in where the moves start, and then taking it from there, and then just looking for zones as to where we're going to react from. So we have reacted like I say, from that higher time frame zone, but again, we've got weakness as we've got liquidity down there as well. So I think we have our man from down under, the Hat Man, waiting for us in the background. There he is.
How are we doing,
buddy?
guys?
Hey, good to see you. We missed you last week.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no internet, so I was out of commission.
That's crazy. Were you able to trade?
No, not at all. No, it was terrible. I had nothing here at all. So it was either
No way.
Do it off my phone or nothing. So phones are not great. It's not very helpful. So I decided to sit out for that week. But we're back. We're back now. So we're good.
Hell yeah. Did you miss any?
How you been, Griff?
Yeah, I've been alright.
Oh yeah, dude. I missed so many. Last week was stacked with data, a whole bunch of odds. But it is what it is. That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get it, sometimes you get God. So there we are.
Yeah, I can take a week off sometimes and not miss anything, which is really, really nice.
I know.
There's some positives. There's some positives to Griff's way of trading, is what he's trying to tell us.
Yeah.
So
I think I missed before, but any trades, Griff? We've already had this, but
I've not taken any trades. No,
he said no trades and no sleep.
Okay.
The last trade I took was like July 9th, but there was a trade on July 27th that I missed, which is really, and it's really annoying. I missed it because it made like 6% profit.
Oh really?
Yeah, that's a bit of a nuisance. I don't know why I missed it.
What asset?
It was on AU, my favorite.
Ah, okay. There you go.
Yeah,
there
it was
you
a little buy setup
Yeah.
around 2 weeks ago.
Damn, son. Damn. That's rough. That's rough. Because that's a big cleanup. That's a big cleanup.
Yeah, but like I literally can't miss trades because otherwise I'm just floating.
Yeah, otherwise you're just
even
waiting
for a few more weeks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Damn. Hey Stephen. Hey Ahmed. How we doing? How we doing, guys? Good to see you.
Good
We're
to
in.
see you, boys.
How
I'm
we going?
asking for the levels on gold.
We had that rundown, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, and it's kind of now just stalled a little bit.
Yeah.
I feel as though we've got a bit more of a pullback coming. I don't know what you think.
I mean, this was that rough level that we talked about in ABL, right? 33.55 odd approximate. We've slightly overshot that. I feel like gold is a tough one to call just now. If you didn't catch that move lower earlier, as far as today, I think it's a bit difficult. I would like to see the lower moves, honestly, to 33.20, potentially even as far as so I guess the next level would be 33.30 and then 33.20. I don't know. It's very tough. We've had a mixed bag, even with the currencies as well, right?
Yeah.
So we had that further dip. I did pick up the euro at 115.30 after we were talking about that in ABL. So 115.32 specifically. But I think right now we're trying to find our legs. We've had the big data slog last week. We had the NFP, which threw in some sand into the gears per se for the Fed and everything. We had the Fed comments overnight as well, saying, it's probably 2 rate cuts or less, but chances are we actually need to do more. And they're starting to highlight, we've been waiting for so long. At some point, they do have to move, because obviously rates, up or down have a lag time of 12 months or so. So we are getting to that point, but market seems a little bit in a very mixed. It's like instead of a Goldilocks period, it's like a mixed porridge. Like you've got someone's thrown in barbecue sauce in the porridge, and it's just the right temperature, but it kind of tastes weird, right? that's the best way I can put it, right? It's the right temp, but something's wrong, and you don't know quite what, but it's wrong somewhere, right? So
something smells fishy here.
I'm going to be using that for the rest of my life.
Exactly.
That's just so funny, honestly. Okay, well there you go, guys. You're not going to get that analysis on Bloomberg. Oh man.
Maybe I'll be invited on now.
Exactly. Gold. I mean, gold for me is still, it hasn't found its feet, and I think it's still going to come down to this 350 area. 350.30. I think it's coming for. If we look further down, this is the area where we want to see a reaction for it to pump. Is where I'm looking, right? This wick area. So ideally, I want to see something in here. If we're going to find something in there, then it's a question of where, and you probably want to see it take this, and then for it to go. That's kind of my technical expectations of what I'd like it to do. It's already started that push down. It's taken that first level. I'd like it to come past here as this last area of liquidity on the 15-minute, and then to push down would be my preference. So we'll see how that closes. I mean, we're a couple of minutes into the next half-hour candle, which has tapped into that one. This is half an hour and 15-minute liquidity. So I would expect us to probably maybe react off this one here, just in there, in that pocket there. So that might be a nice area for us to push on down and look for buys in this area. Is probably what I'd be considering at the moment. I do think we're probably going to see buys today. I don't think we're suddenly going to see a massive sell-off. It just feels too impulsive. I think normally, at least in my experience, what I've found is when you do get a sudden shot in the arm like that, or a fall like a stone, especially on gold, it doesn't tend to just come straight back down again. It tends to trickle back down, and to kind of correct all the imbalance that was created during that time. So that's what I'd be looking at the moment. Hard to call it at the moment, gold, as you say.
I would say. Yeah, we were definitely due somewhat of a pullback. The continuation that we had last night was probably a bit overdone, right? And we've gotten that pullback today. I think ideally we would see, I would prefer even a stop point just here at 33.50 at that round number, which would produce a slightly higher low per those other previous swing lows, if you want to call it that. On a near-term time frame, and then see us rally from here. First point of call would be back up to 33.65 as far as the intraday moves, and then potentially see how we can build from that coming into the end of New York and then into tomorrow. So I think if we start to crack, say if we crack 33.40, right, then it's kind of a dead move. We're probably not getting the bounce.
Agreed.
I would say that means we've got further downside, and then reassess from that point. But as far as today, if we can hold the recent low that we've just made, about 33.50, I think we might have a shot at coming back up from here. So those are kind of my levels I'm seeing right now.
So you're thinking 33.47, 48 is too low for you?
Yeah, I think if we push the recent low we've just made, then I would question the entire move, and I would potentially see us going a bit further down, pushing that 33.40, and then potentially beyond that as well. Yeah.
Griff, what about your thoughts on gold?
Yeah, I agree that this current area is pretty important. I'm seeing that it's starting to move in this uptrend, and we've had this pullback and we've broken below a low. So whether or not we retrace here or continue moving down will determine the overall direction. Like, this is kind of a catalyst, I guess is the right word. I think this is an important level. So yeah, what happens over the next hour or so is important. Oh, you're seeing my charts, that's brilliant. I just flicked over. Yeah, so funnily enough, my indicator marks highs and lows automatically, and we've just broken this low. So if we get a retrace here, then I'm kind of seeing this larger uptrend, this uptrend here, and we've just broken a low to move higher. That's how I would perceive it. But if we don't get a rejection here, we get another candle moving down, then I'm kind of seeing this as an ascending, and we may start trickling down, maybe reject around these levels. It being gold though, there are a lot more fundamentals at play, I would say. If I had to take a bet, I would also say long, but I'd rather wait to see what happens in the next few hours, to be honest, because we've literally just broken below this quite key level.
Yeah, so we have just broken that low that you were referring to, LJ. But in the
I think we got some moves. The euro's dumping at the minute as well.
Yeah, in the process,
the headline,
that 5 minute has created a perfect equal high. So I do think that we are going to see those longs, because this is just too much liquidity for price to leave behind. I think what we're going to do is we're probably going to see us pull back further, and then we'll start to see the moves. I think this is kind of our pocket where we're likely to see some buyers come in.
Yeah. We're still
that's
sat on
too
50,
high.
which is right the level I was talking about, right? That round area. So, I guess the crux point would be 33.45. Like that would create a.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
If you break 33.45, then you've broken lows on a higher time frame, such as on the 1 hour, this wick here, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the reality is that could also be liquidity itself. If we look on other time frames, we can see that it was a nice switch of direction on the 3 hour, for example, although there is this on the 3 hour. The 4 hour, it rejected the wick here on the 4 hour. The same on the 5 hour and the 7 and the 8. So this does feel like a strong level. That low, which is what 33.45.14, just feels like a very, very strong level that if we did break that, like you say, then we're talking, something lower.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to see if we do have anything on any of my favored time frames. Those of you who know what I'm talking about will know what I mean. There's nothing here at the moment that I can see that might be a reaction point. Well, actually, you got a nice zone in there. Let's just see. Did we break that one? We didn't. So your buys might be coming in now. I don't really like the structure on the 1 minute. I'd like to see something stronger on the 1 minute. But let's see what it looks like at the start of where we are here. Yeah, there's a couple of wicks down here. So I think that's the low. Yeah, no, it's broken those. So I don't think we're in the buys just yet. Not looking at it. I don't think we're in the buys just yet. What are you seeing, LJ?
About the same. So also looking at the NAS, River was asking if we trade the NAS. I do trade the NAS time to time, often with the New York Open coming in and then the options expires for the day. Often you get a pull with the gamma exposure per the options brokers, right? I would say today we've not got a great positioning for that. Often when there's the price on the NAS per the futures is well outside the expected options implied price at New York Open. Today, we're not very far from that. So today it's 23,200, as you can see right here. So this is the 0 DT options for today. Right now, where we're positioned is not far. We're at 23,271 right now, or so. So you've only got about 70 points down from here. So as far as the NAS for today, I would probably sit out of that. It's not well positioned as far as a risk reward standpoint. The options piece, it's not always going to pull 100%. If there's more momentum in the market, then that will dwarf the options pull for that day. And as we've seen from this pickup from yesterday and earlier through Asia, we definitely ran on, and there seems to be more upside momentum. So I would not be betting on the pullback back to that 200 odd point. Like it's about down here, right? So I would actually rather see further upside in the NAS right now, as far as that goes. That said, if you're buying at spot where we are, can't say I really like the positioning. If you got in earlier during Asia, fair enough.
Yeah.
Per where we are now, end of London, coming in pre-New York, doesn't look awesome, I will say. So I'd probably prefer to trade post New York Open, see what happens, see if we get the big kick up to here, find resistance up in this old cluster of liquidity. There was the band through there, and then potentially get a bit of a scalp short or something like that. I think it's a bit questionable. just like we were talking about the other markets before, we're trying to find our footing. We've had a bit of a back and forth over the past week and a half with the data coming out between the Fed cutting later, then cutting earlier, then cutting later, then cutting earlier. Obviously, NFP got revised very heavily per the prior 2 months. So right now, we've got a re-jostling of positions, just like we had. So if we go over to the pound, we zoom out through here. We had a massive fall. We got to go to a higher time frame. We'll just go to the 1 hour. You know, from the peaks up here, we had about a 650 point fall, right? Up here, 137.90 right down to, 131.40. Since we had that big shift up from the NFP, we're now trying to consolidate and correct these levels and trying to readjust. So I think we've got a bit of a wish-wash kind of point in the market right now, trying to scope out the next sort of 3 months as far as, the Fed, the jobs numbers, CPI, the recent updates we've had with the tariffs and how that's all going to actually play out. So very much for, especially this week, I think we're playing buy the buy for day-to-day price action and just take the, 5, 15, half an hour, 1 hour price activity and just roll with that at the minute. So as far as the pound, I think we have, we seem to be skirting a bit of support through this level over here, about that 132.60 to 65. I still think we do have that upside coming through. Same with the euro through here. I'm still long in this position, entered earlier. We came up, we pulled back a touch, a little overrun, but we seem to be trying to find a general base through here. So that's pretty much what I'm looking at. I got first point of call just up here near that previous high, which is just below 115.60, so at 115.58. TP2 at 78, TP3 just below 116, which is the prior high that we had after the NFP. And then TP4 would be a run of that at 116.20 for today. If we can get that kind of movement and sort of run stops and just, run the whole basket.
Yeah.
But this is my potential expected move. Ideally, we get 4, but I'm happy to take 1 or 2 right now.
Vigan is saying there's a gamma level on 3400 and a large liquidity level on Bookmap. Looking for buy. Once we hit that level, the DOM will be bearish till we clean this level. What are your thoughts on that, LJ?
I have heard of Bookmap. I think I know what he's talking about. I have not used their services, but I have heard of that recently. So I was looking at it. It does look pretty interesting. So it's pretty much maps out all of the options, futures levels, that kind of stuff, where liquidity, VWAP, that kind of stuff is. Obviously to assist in your trading, target levels where, the majority of people are positioned. So yeah, as far as gold, obviously, 3,400 is the main target level to get up there. So I think what we're, just like Mike was talking about, it's this kind of zone somewhere in here. We'll find general, buying pressure, liquidity, a bit of support, and then I think now the upside is towards that 3,400. It's just a question of, do we find that here or like 20 points lower?
Yeah.
Right. So 3330 or the 3350 level, and we build from there and go to 3400. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. But I would definitely agree, 3400 is the next major tackle to get beyond. So we go to the daily right here. Let's get rid of that. We almost had this fall through the floor prior to NFP. That would have sort of driven us down towards 3,300. NFP came out, it was pretty terrible with the revisions, so gold pumped. That's negated the technical structure of potentially collapsing. And so from here, obviously we've had a massive run up, so it's fair to see us, have a little bit of reprieve. and then you see the kind of reload zone, which you can see here with even the 20 moving average is just a touch lower at 33.40, and then you got 33.30 just below there. So typically you'll come to that midpoint and then run over it a bit and then reload. So that's kind of what either you need to pause here at this 33.50, or you come a touch lower and then reload and run higher. But yeah, 3,400, obviously you got those peaks up there. So that's going to be the level to tackle. And if we can run that, then you would see obviously a break to potentially new all-time highs. You know, because at that point we're looking at 3,500 pretty easily, and then beyond.
Yep.
So that's going to take a combination of, the Fed rhetoric coming out. We'll see how stocks react over the next few days. We've had that rally after Friday's payroll, but we need that to actually sustain and get back towards the highs back on Wednesday last week. If we can't do that, we might start questioning the rally, questioning the jobs numbers, questioning the integrity of the US consumer, and hence the forward earnings for the companies in the indices, and then we pull back.
It does. We were talking about it earlier, weren't we, LJ? That there does seem to be a sense of quite a lot of greed in the market. Even though numbers aren't looking great, there's so many headwinds. There's so many things that would suggest that the economy, especially the US economy and the global economy, is heading for a slowdown. As you say, all-time highs continuously for the indices, and that's not normal for what we're seeing. And I did read somewhere, I can't remember where I read it, but I did read that one of the indicators on the previous massive crashes over the last few hundred years has always been over greediness, right? Where people are just no, we're just gonna milk as much money as we can out of this. And sure enough, eventually the market just turns around and says, all right then, we'll take it from you now. And that's been the case several times in the past. Gold.
We've definitely been oscillating in that greed range, like you were talking about. When you look at the various banks or funds that have their own proprietary greed fear type indexes. We've dabbled into the exuberance portion, the extreme portions a couple of times, but we're not quite fully there. But it is interesting that the market is looking for any possible reason of good news to just buy things up. There's definitely that tilt, and once you get that tilt, you're kind of in the back end of the phase, kind of like part 3 out of 4, that you're on borrowed time. Eventually this will come to an end.
It will snap back and hurt you.
So it looks as though for this year we might be good, and it seems as though people have kind of juiced that up as we've got enough reasons to juice that out for this year, get what you can, and then next year you get a bit of a reassessment, and that seems to be the case right now.
We haven't looked at crypto today. I can see that Solana is up on the day, but everything else is down. Have you seen anything on crypto?
Crypto-wise, not really. I mean, it's more by the by, kind of much like the indices. We had a bit of a dip down. We hit, I think it was on Bitcoin, 112 here. We've had that slight rally up, just like we've had the pickup in the indices. They're somewhat following suit. Bitcoin at the moment obviously is flipping between following risk on, risk off flows with the indices, and then on occasion, depending on the other scenarios, what's going on with Trump, these kind of tariff announcements, that kind of stuff, it's also flipped between following the bond market as well. Right. So for now, ultimately, we had this, if I zoom back out a bit, we had this larger channel that we're kind of set in. We had a slight dip outside of that, which would be in a reasonable area to pick up from. I think we will keep moving back into the middle of the channel, ultimately up to the upside. Get another test up here around that 118, 119 area, and see if we can push for the next leg. We seem to be forming a number of these kind of channels. It's almost like these kind of flags, right? We get this big up leg, create this flag channel, break outside of that, go to the next leg, another flag channel, come to the upside, break outside, you know, and keep running. So that seems to be somewhat of the pattern right now that we're seeing. And you can see, if we put this through here, where we came down to, the retrace point was right at the top of the previous head of that flag channel, if you want to call it that, right? So for the time being, and if you zoom back, we've got a number of those repeated again. So it seems to be a repeating pattern, I should say, that we're seeing. So I would say further upside for here, look for that eventual break, and then up towards, it's about, I think as far as fibs, I've got like 132 as the next topside number, which lines up with the other log patterns and wallet addresses, that kind of stuff. So 130 to 132 is what I'm looking at for the next leg.
That would be awesome.
Holding some BTC, Griff? Yeah?
Well, I have Ethereum, and that tends to just follow it. So if Bitcoin goes up, my whole crypto portfolio will follow.
Nice.
That would be the hope for the follow up. Gabriel's asked very quickly. I don't know if he's already gone. Apologies, Gabriel. I didn't want to interrupt LJ in his flow. But LJ, do you want to quickly pull up pound yen? I did see a couple of other people asking about it earlier as well.
Let us know if you're still here, Gabriel.
I mean, there's a bit of divergence on it on the strength scores right now. So it looks like it could be a pair that's going to move.
Yeah, so I think looking at the chart raw without any other considerations right now, I think we do have a bit more upside through here. I would say there's probably a touch more pullback if you want to get like a reload point down to 195, 60 to 70. And then you're looking for moves upwards. Obviously, this resistance level up here at 196.90, which we had marked out. I think this is a prior level back here. We also roughly respected that through the continuation of price just here and came down just a touch above it. So that would be your first point of call, and then upwards towards here, which is that next prior level just up here, 197.40. So I would say that's your kind of basket zone that you're looking for, with about a 50-point deviation of price between the bottom to the top. At the moment, obviously, you've got dollar yen doing what it's doing. They're roughly similar with a slight difference, obviously, because you got the pound influence per the dollar component. So as you can see, it's largely driven right now by the pound differential. Sorry, by the yen differential, I should say, rather than the pound component. So hence, dollar yen right now is slightly leading. There we go. So I'd see so the question is basically get that pullback. If we're going to see the euro come up, the pound come up, like we were talking about before, you'd see pound yen get pulled down slightly with the dollar yen complex as well. However, ultimately, pound is going to probably be outperforming, particularly over the euro. We see the structure. The euro has actually made a slightly lower low through this pullback after the peak from the NFP from last Friday. This was coming into the new week. We've made a touch new low. The pound is holding up a little bit better with that. So I would see, the other point with the pound, obviously we've had a 650 point drop from up here. So we're due just a general retracement. You've got the levels up at 133.50 or so. So if you get that influence, I could see pound yen definitely coming higher. But I would look to pick it up on a pullback.
Nice, yeah. Any thoughts about gold?
Just for a change.
Gold,
Just
maybe?
for a change.
Why don't we talk about gold?
We never talk
So
Just a little bit.
If you get
We never talk about
195.60, 195.70, that's what we're looking for on pound yen as the pullback zone, and then drive higher from there.
I agree. I think a buy looks good for
Yeah.
GJ. I can't see it going lower.
Yeah, as far as gold, like we were talking about, this is either the crux point. This was what I marked out in ABL earlier. This level here, which is about that 33.52, 53 kind of area, and either you stop short of 50 there and then bounced, or we crack through it. We seem to be cracking through it. So I'd say, just like Mike was talking about before, I think we've got a bit more of a downside coming to the 200, 100 moving average. They're coming up. Get some kind of consolidation point in here about that 33.30 level, and then see how price reacts from there. Get something like this, and then potentially move up after that. But it seems pretty firm right now that we're getting a decent retrace of the move higher.
Yeah, we're breaking new lows again on the 1 minute. So looks like those sells. I think we're probably going to be coming down because we're struggling to break past that 50 level on the fib. I mean, if we break the 33.40, then 33.33 is fair game, I would say. So yeah. But guys, that is it from us for this week, for this Tuesday segment. Griff, a pleasure as always to have you, my friend. Hope to see you more well rested with sleep and with more trades next week. But I know this might not be that easy. And bless you to Victor, who's just sneezed down our ears
in the background. You guys can't hear, but we can. So.
Yeah,
I always wondered whether they could hear.
It's a good thing that we can. It's a good thing that we've got those. He's got those masks on. Otherwise, we will be catching whatever he's just sneezed down the microphone. So you've got Deanna and you got Victor right up after this. But we will see you next time, gents. Thank you as ever, and yeah, we'll see you soon, guys.
Thank you all. Bye.
Cheers, guys. Catch you later.
And we are back,
Victor.
Sneezing or not, but we are standing strong after, I was gonna say after the sneeze, but that doesn't make sense. How are you doing, Deanna?
I'm doing
how are you doing
well.
on this beautiful day?
I'm doing well. It's rainy, first day back to school where we are, but exciting times. Doing well. How are you, Victor?
I've been looking all around the neighborhood. I will confess. I've been looking all around the
You haven't
neighborhood to
seen me?
see if I can see you, because I thought I saw you. No luck so far.
No luck. Well, I was golfing last night. We did a little back to school. Do y'all have Top Golf? Do you know what Top Golf is? That's
No,
what we did
I don't.
yesterday. It's
What's
like
that?
it's the craziest thing. It's this huge driving range
Okay.
that has like 3 levels to it. It has a restaurant, and you can take your family and go eat and golf and play kind of silly little games that are super fun. It's a great time. If you have Top Golf where you live, go there. But I guess maybe not where you are, Victor.
Maybe there is. Maybe I should get out a little bit more.
If you ever see in the US anyway, it's like these huge nets, like a huge net. And you're like, what the heck is that? It's Top Golf.
I have seen them a while on vacation. I was not too long ago on a tropical island, and I saw those nets, and I well, actually I knew it was because of golf, because there's a golf resort there.
Okay.
But I suppose that's what you're talking about,
Was.
and it's
Sounds
called
like it.
Top Golf.
Golf. Yes, Top
Okay,
Golf. Super fun. And like if you can go with groups, you can go with kids. It's a blast. Really fun. So we did that for
that's
our back to school celebration.
that's very nice. And actually, can you like do those? I don't know how you call them, but practice your drive, your swing.
Yeah. Yeah, you
You
can
can
bring your own clubs, everything. Yeah, they give you clubs. Like
really.
you can use their clubs,
You're
but you can
muted.
bring your own clubs too. Hmm?
You're muted.
I'm muted.
Or did my
Can you
sound go off? I'm not sure.
can you not hear me anymore?
Maybe it is mine. Let me check what's happening here. Um, okay, so I lost the sound, but apparently
Uh-oh.
it's on my end. Let me check this here. Just checking.
Can everybody else hear me? Hopefully.
While I'm checking,
Oh, you
not.
know what?
Um,
Now can you hear me?
yes, I can. Was it you
Okay.
or was it me?
I don't know. I didn't change anything. But it looks like now it's registering sound on my microphone on the screen, and it wasn't for a second there. So,
Ah,
they can hear us. I guess they can hear both of us. So who knows?
okay. Who knows? Yeah,
We're
maybe.
all set.
I don't know. Yeah, it does not matter as long as we are able to trade. Even if I can't hear you, right? If we can hear each other, I don't know how that's going to be as a stream, because I wouldn't be able to know what you said. But hey,
That'd be a
doesn't
little
matter.
awkward.
Yeah, we'll have to just read our body language, and there's so much body to be read here, as you can see. um, so, Deanna, how is the trader in you doing today? Have you taken any? Has that energy of the Top Golf influenced you in any way, shape, or form into your trading endeavors?
Well, there hasn't been a whole lot going on in the S&P. I did take a small trade overnight, but for the most part, nothing has really happened in the S&P since price open or since the market opened last night. It's just been consolidating. We do have a little bit of high impact news coming up today. At 10 a.m. And actually, it says on my Forex Factory calendar that President Trump is speaking right now. It's an orange
Is
folder.
he
Yeah, that was not there yesterday. So it was just added. So
okay?
I'm not sure what that's about. I'm just checking Forex Factory right now. And it was not there yesterday, but now it says he is speaking. So starting at 8 o'clock. So apparently,
Actually,
do you know
um,
more?
no, actually, it wasn't there. I think 2 hours ago, because
Okay,
it's visible
interesting.
for me as well.
Okay.
It wasn't while I was checking this morning, and a couple of hours ago it wasn't, and now I can see it too as well. And do we have any idea what he is talking about? It doesn't say, right?
I don't know. I don't know. That's always
Okay,
scary. But that could,
yeah,
at least for the S&P, that could one direction or another bring some excitement to the market. It's been a little bit quiet. Not yesterday. Yesterday was rather eventful, but so
hmm
far since the open last night has been rather quiet. So I'll be looking at the S&P, and actually yesterday we talked about gold. I think it was before you were on. Yes, it was before you were on stream, but then continued when you came on.
okay.
Gold had a little bit of an interesting day, but has also kind of quieted down. So there's not much news this week. So I don't know. We'll see how the week goes, but so far it's just kind of a slow start today.
It is, and I analyzed earlier. I was on with our good colleague, co-host Pedro, and we talked about gold and euro dollar. And my, how are you doing, Vinicius? Good to see you, my friend. We talked about gold, and we, my, not we, the H4 isn't giving me any invitation to trade right now. Perhaps that's going to change with that speech of our, I was going to say our president, but it's actually your president. Not that I don't like him necessarily, but the president. Let's put it that way. The As I was saying, maybe now with the president speaking, maybe there could be some change in the market, and I could be start looking for a trade perhaps in about, let me see, if I'm talking about no, that couldn't happen. I couldn't trade this. Nope. Let's see, 1 2 4 6. Nope, I wouldn't be able to be triggered into a trade right now unless price comes all the way down there to 32, to this order block, which is, I keep having that arrow doing all kinds of weird shapes, but that's not relevant. If we come back to this order block, which is at 3,297.43 to be exact, that from that moment on, if that were to happen today or tomorrow, I would start looking for a possible long from that area into those higher time frame structures above us. But that's not happening so far, and we don't know where the dear president is speaking at or about. He's probably speaking at the White House, but we don't know what he's talking about. He's going to be talking about. So I have no idea. We'll have to wait to see. But it's exciting. I mean, every time he speaks, right?
Wouldn't
As
that
a
be cool to
trader,
have that kind of power? Well, actually, it'd be terrifying, but also cool if I could speak and my whole, the dynamic of my family or my country would change. Wow, that's actually terrifying. I wouldn't wish that on myself. That's too much power.
or maybe it is a lot of fun, right?
It could be.
Being Yeah, I think it depends on how you see it. But yes, I think he loves it. I think
I
he
do. I
definitely
agree.
loves it. Yeah, and as a trader, in respect, I- regardless of where you are on the political spectrum as a trader, you gotta love Trump, right? You
You
gotta
think
love
so?
Trump. I really think so. It doesn't matter if you are Republican, Democrat, or you're not even voting like I am. Not voting in the U.S., but I love Trump. Why? Because of the volatility he brings. I've made so
As
much
a
money
trader,
because
for
of him.
sure.
He-
Yeah.
he's definitely my favorite president. I- as a trader, I gotta say, as a trader, right? It doesn't mean I agree or don't agree with him on his policies. Besides that, as a trader, I love him.
That's
He can stay in office, as long as the Constitution allows him, or whatever, as long as he is able to stay. No, I don't want to say that. So yes, let's continue to the trad. So based on that, I'm looking for order blocks to be. I'm not looking for it to be hit, right? It's conditional. If it hits, if it gets retested, then I would be looking for a possible area. And I identified that we did have the daily order block. That's the level that I'm indicating right here on gold. I would be looking for maybe a small, maybe a tiny reaction, but some reaction of some kind at the level of 3,300 on this price feed. You'll have to check what it is on yours, particularly depending on the price feed you are, the broker, etc. This is the CFD. But other than that, I might trade that little possible reaction, but I would be rather more than pleased to look for an entry once we get here. Obviously, when I need more than just for price to reach there, it needs to actually convince me on the H1, H2 as well, and on the lower time frame actually trigger me into the trade. Doesn't happen all the time. That's on euro dollar. We talked about that on gold, I mean, and on euro dollar, very similar, because actually it's the dollar that is moving the markets in this case, right? Both of them are. Euro dollar is, it's a dollar pair. It's one of the majors. Obviously, I don't have to say that. And gold is denominated in dollars. So right, so they're gonna move based on the dollar as well as the other part of that pair. And both of them, you can see how we have a very similar, if I switch between them, a very similar price action, even though you can also find the differences where you have for example, in in gold, we can see that it's a bit more bullish. Why do I say that? Right, in before that move we had on Friday, you still had a lower low compared to in gold. You already start seeing a higher low being printed. That's something. That's a sign that the market is a bit more bullish in that sense, or less bearish, however you want to denominate it. But with EU, which is the pair that I trade alongside a GU the most, I don't have any possible trade coming up unless we have in 44 minutes, we have an engulfing here. If that were to happen, and that could happen with our, I keep saying our, with Trump speaking, if that were to happen, I think maybe it's I want to. Maybe it is because you're here, and I keep saying our. Um, I identify with you.
I guess so. That's hilarious. You really do like all his volatility that he brings. That's funny.
The volatility. Yes, let's be clear on that, because it doesn't say anything about his political views or policies. I was gonna say, or I was in the process of saying that we could have in 43 minutes an engulfing, and that would make me go to the lower time frame to find my possible setup. It's not showing yet. I only see, to be fair, I only see weakness so far, and it hasn't. It has to, the market has to. We said it before. It has to show me the money, and it's not showing me. Right? If it doesn't show me the money, then I'm not gonna be looking for any opportunities. Um, so that's going to be Victor always. I mean, Vinicius, not Victor. I'm Victor. Vinicius always very funny. Um, I even got confused who I am.
Yeah, you're cracking me up today. That's funny.
So we have. So basically, I see weaknesses. Why do I say that? Because we have an order block here. I do see that, and I understand that the momentum is on, on the buy side. This is probably just a retrace, I would think, right? And there's perhaps a next leg up to come. Also, because on the daily time frame, there wasn't anything to stop us. Obviously, we had that low where we're coming back into, but in terms of the order block, the weekly time frame, the order blocks, all of them are above us, and this big candle, which is also an outside bar, is asking for more, or at least that's what I would read from it. Whether with or without a retrace into the ignition order block or the ignition area that propelled it to these heights. So I would consider, the most likely place is to the upside. But the question is, where is it going to continue? Is it from current levels? Possible. We do have an order block here, although it's not something that I would be trading because it's not fresh. It's not part of a quasi, at least not a valid quasi. Or would it come from much lower? I would think for a little bit more lower. Why do I say that? I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. Don't listen to me just because I said so. But the reason I do think it might be able to break this is because I don't see the market switching. Right, the market is not gonna go up. Stephen, thank you. I thank you for that. I'm glad I made your day. The reason that I think the most likely next leg might not be, at least with current price action, is not up, is because in order for us to to have that move, it can happen on a on a dime. It can turn on a dime, but you typically see some kind of buying coming in, bullish structures on the lower time frames, and I don't see that. If anything, if you go to the H4, nothing bullish about that move. It's only clear big red candles. Nothing here indicating anything could be switching. And if anything on the H2, what do we have here? That's a bearish outside bar. That's not a sign that buyers are coming in. the opposite. So I don't see it yet. Maybe I have to be a little bit more patient to see, the market turn, but I'm not seeing it. So as long as I don't see it, I'm gonna assume it's gonna have an easier way, keep on going lower, even though this is a demand zone based on that H4. But I want to see, I want the market to show us the money, and until then, I'm gonna assume that it's not there. Look at that on the H1 as well. What are the order blocks being created? Right, we have one here, right there. We have another one here, but all of them are bearish. Let me change these to the appropriate color. All of them are bearish order blocks, and that's bearish order flow. That's when the market wants to keep on going lower, that it keeps on creating these bearish structures. So that's my take on so far, my read on price action as we're watching it. It's not turning. Maybe with that speech we'll see something, but we'll have to see if it amounts to anything. I forgot one little structure here, and as we can see, all of them are bearish. That's the sign to me, in any case, that the market is not getting ready to turn, quite the opposite.
Mhm. Well, while you were chatting, Victor, I found out a little bit more information about Trump's interview. And I think somebody mentioned this before in the chat, but it says on Forex Factory, the release time comes as a surprise from the source. Event added to calendar 15 minutes before release time, due to speak in an interview conducted by CNBC. So it should have been going on now for 20 minutes or so, but it was just released right before it started. So kind of interesting.
In typical Trump fashion, right?
That's
Some
right.
with right, not very predictable, keeping that X factor of unpredictability, keeping everyone on their toes. Like, what is he going to talk about? That's
Yeah.
all we know Trump for. A very good, person, if not to say showman, to
Yeah.
grab and hold your attention. To be more impactful. That's something, and that's why he's so, the market is so volatile around him.
That's right. Right. So I'm not sure who was that said this before, but he is talking about Powell, and of course, if you've seen that interview with them, in that it looks like a parking garage, but it's a new building structure. There's a bit of a rift between the two of them. Um,
Hmm.
so he's talking about that, and then he's talking about labor statistics, antiquated and political. So this
Okay.
could be what we need, at least for the S&P, to get the S&P moving, and then gold as well. I mean, gold has been moving. Yeah, it could use a little bit. It could use a little caffeine this morning, or morning for me, I guess, afternoon for others. But so
um,
still in progress.
Yeah, I saw that interview. I think a lot of traders saw that because obviously it was on headlines, it was on the major news sources. But you were seeing there was the body language of those two gentlemen was very clear, right? They were not in agreement. That's for
No.
sure. Um, you as psychologists, I think it was a field day for you reading them, right, Deanna?
Oh,
Um,
I just can't watch Trump and not just laugh. I don't want to say too much, but yeah, I think he's hilarious, and you're right. It is largely from just watching his body language, his mannerisms. He's just such an interesting figure, and even the old shows that what was the show he was on when he was like, "You're fired." What was it called?
the Apprentice.
The Apprentice, yes. I mean, his body language is so interesting. He's even gotten more so over time, but anyway, yes, I love watching his interviews, and his inauguration, was also very interesting.
Yes, I haven't seen all of that, but the little that I did see through the years, he's going for maximum impact in any way he can. the speech he had, the one you just mentioned about the building, the renovation of the Fed's building, I think it was, and you can see how he's trying to get something against Powell. He's trying to do it as politely as possible, but he's not trying to find good points to say about Powell. He's trying to break him, and Powell is, you can almost see his ear, what are you saying, and getting ready to defend himself. It's very interesting to see those very powerful figures to maneuver themselves in front of the cameras. I think that's it says a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, here's a really good question, Victor. I'd love to hear from you on this too. So, how do you manage to work out your game plan for the day? That's a really, really great question. So, to me, the way I think about it, there's two things, right? There's the planning that you can do ahead of time. So, for me, a lot of times it's marking levels or areas of interest, for sure, marking out the previous day high, previous day low. If we pop my chart up here for just a second, Victor, it's a little bit out. Well, that's okay. We can leave it.
You want to
But
put yours on?
I'm not sure that it is fully set up is the only problem. Let me hear.
I
Yes,
think it
it
is.
is. Okay. And I'm not sure why it's small, but it usually gets bigger eventually. So one of the things that I will also do, we were talking about this a while ago, and this is a little bit outdated now, but I have this, I'm a very visual person. So I like visuals to help keep me, I'm visual, but I'm also impulsive. So I have to really be strategic to help myself, give myself like little boosts to make sure that I'm doing not only the right things, but the things that I want to do and that I intend to do as a trader. So I doubt that that's a struggle for you, Victor. Maybe it is. I don't know. But definitely something that I need to pay attention to. And so there is nothing special about this little thing here. I think it's like even a GAN box. I don't even know. Yeah, a GAN box. But I just made it, I wanted 4 quadrants. And basically what that tells me is like, this is no longer the right areas. But let's say we were going to do it like this, something like this. It would mean that this is the area where I would want to be ultra aggressive, less aggressive, and really take it easy. So kind of a progressive visual. Marking levels, having tools like that really help keep me in check and like remind myself. I don't know if this happens to you, Victor, but I think a lot of traders can probably relate to this, and where you kind of lose yourself. You lose where you are in the chart unless you are deliberate, or at least unless I'm deliberate about making sure I know where I am and where we are in the scheme of things. So in other words, if we're down like right here, okay, so terrible, terrible day, very red day, and then maybe at the end of the day we get this strong rally, I really need to know where we are. I need to remember, it sounds basic, but I need to really remember that we have had this massive down day. And not that you can't take a long there. Obviously, there were traders at the end of the day that did really well taking longs there, but I need to be helping myself to remember where I am. And so I draw a lot of lines. I draw a lot of markings, even on my actual broker. I'll have messages to myself, like how many contracts I am planning to take, what my daily loss limit is going to be. Those types of visual things that just seem like, of course, you know how many contracts to take, but in the heat of the battle, right, you can kind of lose yourself a little bit.
Very much so, yes.
Yeah. There's if you have Netflix, there's a really good documentary. I think it's called Simone Biles Rising. And I know she's been a little controversial lately, but one of the reasons I really like her story is that she was an Olympic gymnast, an Olympic champion at a very young age, super successful. And then she went to the 2020 Olympics and just completely, she was the gymnast who walked off. So she did her tumble. I think it was on the vault, which is her event. And she did it once, and then she said, "I'm done. I'm out. I'm not competing anymore. So she withdrew from the Olympics essentially. So a huge downturn in she had a proven record of success. She was a fantastic gymnast, and then completely, I'm trying to think of the right word. She just completely fumbled the ball, so to speak, at the 2020 Olympics. What's it's super incredible about her, it would be easy for someone to say, well, her time is up. She was kind of older. She just didn't have it anymore. But she came back in 2024 and absolutely cleaned up all over again. Like nothing changed. She was the powerhouse that she was back in 2016. As traders, that is super, super powerful to think about and to understand, because sometimes we have an edge and we can go into the market and still just absolutely fumble. In her particular case, there were reasons for it. So if, obviously COVID in 2020, there was no one in the stands. Her grandma, who was a huge part of her routine, did her hair for her. That was part of her process, right? Getting ready to be an Olympic athlete, right? That was part of her process, was not there. The fans in the stand were not there. So she didn't have that kind of stimulation. All of these things are relevant to us as traders. We need to have these routines in place. Maybe it's like your comfy chair that you sit in, or your lucky slippers, or whatever it is. It's part of your process. And doing her hair, having her grandma do her hair, has nothing to do with being a gymnast, except it had everything to do with it. You see what I'm saying? And as traders, we need to think about that same thing. And so the reason that she was able to come back in 2024 and clean up again is because she was a phenomenal gymnast, and she was able to get her mental game back in order so that she could come back and perform. Now 4 years older than she was the time that she really failed. In fact, now she's quite old as a gymnast. So for all intents and purposes, she should no longer be able to do what she's doing, and yet she's still at the top of her game. So great documentary. I love hearing from her about how she came back, what happened. Super, super interesting.
And what is the name of this documentary you're talking about?
It's called Simone Biles Rising, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'll put it in the chat. Simone Biles Rising. And it is profoundly impactful, I believe, for traders to pay attention. Now, she did have some trauma in her life that they kind of tied in, but the same thing could happen with somebody without the trauma. So a lot of times in trading, sometimes people will talk about trauma, and for the most part, trauma doesn't impact. Like if you're successful in other areas of your life, it's probably not trauma that's causing you to stumble as a trader. It's likely something else. And so watch that documentary. Everyone in the chat, maybe Victor, watch that and let me know what you think. Cause I really think it's, there's some really great sports documentaries on Netflix, but they also have them on Amazon and stuff, that you can really apply those things to yourself as a trader. And especially like if you can see like a goalie or a golfer and hear their mindset and their process, probably a tennis player as well, because they lose so many matches, right? Like on my social media, I have a clip where a famous tennis player is talking about he loses almost, like around half of the matches he plays, but it's just going point by point by point. And that's what we do as traders, right? Every trade has to be a new trade, and it's super meaningful when we're in it and we're taking these trades. But when it's a loser, we have to walk away and do it all again. When it's a winner, we have to walk away and do it all again. So anyway, I hope that's helpful.
I think it's very, very helpful and very inspirational to see that even those that are at the top of their games, Olympic, whatever sportswoman or sportsman, in whatever level they are able to. They're still struggling with the same things that we are struggling with as well, right? Things, as you said, very simple thing, almost trivial to the outside eye, like the grandmother being a role or a part in her routine, or her I don't know if you mentioned who did her hair, but I mean it's trivial, right? The hair shouldn't make a difference for someone who has been training years and years into perfecting their talents and strength and whatever it is they need. The hair is the least of their issues, and yet it is, according to what you're telling us, it was something at least significant for her, because it was part of her routine. Her mind worked in a certain sequence, and that was part of that sequence, even though it may not be part of the performance, necessary, through, force or physics of the performance. But for her, mentally, psychologically, it was a very crucial part of the process. And by missing that, she was no longer to perform as she should. And so I think it's very useful to find it. Actually, in our earlier session, we talked about this as well. How, the color of the chart, or perhaps the way that you set up your chart on, very simple. Whether you're using black and white or red and green or whatever color it is that you're using, white background, black or dark background. And these things are, to someone who hasn't been a trader or who is not affected by it, it may seem like very trivial and inconsequential to your edge. Why should that have anything to do with your edge? The color of the chart? I mean, come on. But since we are not robots, since we are humans, we have a certain, we react colors to smell, to sound, to many other things. And these things have an effect on our emotions. And the emotions we carry, they affect our behavior, our focus, our performance. They really can have an effect on us and our trading into that for that extent. So I think it's very important, and I wrote it down, the name that you just mentioned, because I wanna check it out. I don't know when I will be able to, but I will definitely check it out. Perhaps when I'm running.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, when I'm running, I'm gonna be checking it out. That's usually when I have time to watch TV.
Well, let's talk about, you mentioned real quick, I just want to talk about the
before you
psychology.
continue, I wanna I know it's very I wanna interrupt your flow there. But for those wondering, I'm not running around with a TV screen, right? It's a treadmill. Just in case if people think I'm weird, I'm not that weird.
Maybe just you meant audio, but that does make more sense. So if you're talking about the a lot of times people talk about trading psychology, and I see it like mistakenly talking. I can't even talk either. Let me start over. Sort of incorrectly described. Psychology is real basic, right? Psychology is the study of this triad here. So we're looking at how, let me find the right tools here. How a lot of times you hear traders, for some reason, they focus on emotions, and that is part of it, right? Your emotions impact your behavior. But your thinking also impacts your behavior, right? So how you think about yourself, how you think about trading, what it means to you, really important, impacting your behavior. So what you'll do, like for example, if you think a stop loss getting hit means that you're a loser, you don't know what you're doing, you're going to fail, you're likely to engage in behavior such as like moving your stop so it doesn't get hit, right? That happens, okay? What's important to remember though is that this goes, it goes this way as well. So your behavior impacts how you think, right? So how you think about yourself. So you move your stop and then you take a loss and then another loss and another loss. That's going to inform how you think about yourself, how you think about trading, if it's feasible or not. So the interaction goes back and forth. Your behavior also informs your emotions, right? So how you act can impact your emotions. And likewise, your emotions impact your thinking, and your thinking can also impact your emotions. So for example, if you're driving down the highway and somebody cuts you off, right, you're likely to get pretty upset. That's really dangerous. You could have been in a car wreck. So you're likely going to be really, really angry and mad. If you turn and look in your rearview mirror, you look over your shoulder and you notice, oh my gosh, the car's on fire. The car that just cut you off is on fire. Your thinking is likely going to switch, right? You're going to go, oh my gosh, I hope they're okay. I'm so glad they were able to make it over to the side safely. I'm glad nobody got hurt. I hope they can get out and they'll be okay, right? You're probably not going to be mad anymore or angry. You're probably going to be heightened, right? Like anxious maybe, but you're not going to be mad necessarily because now you understand what happened, right? So your thinking had an impact on your emotions. So this goes, every direction, right? They all impact each other. And this is the reason why behavior is so important. If you're taking FOMO trades, revenge trades, that kind of thing, it's understandable why you might do that, but keep in mind that it will have an impact on your emotions. And even more damaging, I think, is that it'll have an impact on your thinking. So one other important distinction is that when you're talking about your thinking, that is 100% under your control. So you can think whatever you want to think, even if it's not totally true, right? Your emotions, however, are not 100% under your control. You can do things to manage them. You can proactively try to manage your emotions. You can manage your emotions in the moment and after the fact. But they're not 100% in your control because they are physiological responses. So if you're watching a scary movie and you know that somebody's about to jump out at you, right, and give you a scare, you cannot help that your heart rate might kind of elevate temporarily, right? Even though in your mind, you know that this is coming, you still get that tense, that tense feeling in your body, elevated heart rate. Maybe if you're really not into scary movies, maybe you start to sweat a little bit, right? So we do not have our emotions 100% under our control, although we can manage them. But again, our thinking and our thoughts are 100% under our control. And so in my opinion, this is where you want to focus as a trader. You want to focus on what are the thoughts that are driving your behaviors? What are the thoughts that are driving your emotions? Why is it that when you get stopped out, you feel angry or you feel scared or you feel nothing really, right? What are the thoughts that are behind that are causing the emotions to be impacted? When you can discover that, you're more likely to figure out how can you do the correct behaviors. And this is not foolproof, right? Like we all make mistakes. We all do things that we shouldn't do from time to time. So do not expect yourself to be 100% perfect at all times, but really, really understanding and focusing and emphasizing your thinking can be hugely, hugely impactful because again, 100% under your control. Focus here if you want to get better with your behaviors there. So there's a little psychology for you for the day. Hopefully that's helpful.
I think there's a lot of information right there, and you did a nice explanation there, how everything is intercorrelated. They're all connected. The behavior, your thoughts, and your emotion, and you're seeing that all of them can impact each other positively as well as negatively, and we don't control all of them. Actually, we control most of the what we can control is our thoughts, right? Behavior, I think, as well, right? Behavior we can control, but not as well as thinking our thoughts. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think thinking, if you're doing things and you're like, oh, why do I keep doing that awful behavior or whatever it is that I didn't mean to do? Why is that? Yes, you are 100% responsible for your behavior and you can control your behavior. But if you're really stumped, like, why do I keep, fill in the blank, FOMO trading, revenge trading? Why is that? Really take some time to think about what your thoughts are. And a lot of times you're going to find, and I'll share from my personal experience, maybe I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe, maybe trading isn't possible. Maybe this online, we see people online doing this and maybe nobody is actually succeeding. Maybe I'll never figure it out, right? These are all thoughts that can happen to you, especially when you're learning and you're trying to find that profitability, it makes sense that you would have thoughts like that and that you would struggle with these things. But again, like you said, your behavior is under your control, your thoughts are under your control, your emotions are going to happen naturally. But don't underestimate the power of your thinking. You can also engage deliberately in behaviors before the market session in order to kind of get a jump start on doing the right things. So, for example, my husband was a fighter pilot, and he said that when the aviators would come to the place where they're going to change, right, their like little locker room area, a lot of aviators have a process that they go through that is exactly the same every single time. And most of us even, pay attention to when you put your pants on in the morning, which foot you put in one leg at a time is typically always the same, right? But aviators will be very deliberate about making sure that they are following the process that they do every single time. It can even include like superstitions or like trivial things, like we talked about Simone Biles getting her hair done. It can be different things like that, maybe saying a prayer or something like that. You can get a head start on correct behaviors before the trading day even starts. And that way you've already done the right things before you've even opened a trade. So, and right is defined by you. So there is no prescription for this. It's whatever you deem it to be correctly. So a really quick one that you can do before you get to your desk, so you can walk into your office or wherever you trade and stand at your desk, roll your shoulders back, stand up straight, head tall, and smile for a second. And the reason your shoulders back, there's actually research that shows that assuming this power pose, hands on your hips, hands overhead, whatever makes you feel powerful, doing it for 1 minute can increase your power behavior. So it can improve your confidence and help you be a more confident, more thoughtful trader. And even smiling, again, we know smiling, there's research that shows improves your mood, improves your confidence. When you fake smile, your brain has no idea if it's real or fake. So I've talked about my daughter's first day of high school is today, and she's very nervous. And I said to her, just smile. It doesn't matter if you're happy. It doesn't matter if you feel confident. Everybody loves a smile, right? So everybody that's seen you is going to think, oh wow, she's happy, she's in face. But even more importantly, your brain doesn't know it's fake, right? You're forcing a smile because your brain says, oh, okay, when she does that facial, that muscle action, it means she's happy. And it doesn't know you're faking this time. Okay. So you can use that to your advantage. That's a really powerful technique to use in trading and in life. Smile, and pretty soon your brain will catch up and think, oh, yeah, she's calm, she's cool, she's collected. So it's actually funny. There is a comment here. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce this, but in my head, I read it as void. I don't know.
I think it is. I think it is.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So it's funny to me that Void says, you seem cool-headed, cautious trader. What gives you the fuel to perform in time constraints if it happens? For example, reaching a goal and a deadline. I am not cool-headed. I can be a little bit too risky, but I try to combat that in a lot of ways. I have to be deliberate to say, okay, I have a little sign on my desk that says, like, slow down, breathe, stay calm, make the right choices. And that helps me be more deliberate about it. I'm not 100% accurate with that, right? Like sometimes I do lose my cool. Sometimes I am impulsive, and I have to be very, very deliberate about it. And it's taken me a really long time. I feel like trading naturally goes against who I am as a person. I want to like hurry up and go, hurry up and move. I want to work harder, get it done, knock things off my checklist and move on with life and on to the next task. And I'm very task oriented, and that doesn't fit with trading very well because the market's like on its own time. It doesn't care that I want to, get something done and move on to the next task. And so you have to just be very deliberate. So my tip and my experience over time is that when I try to say, I'm going to get there in a hurry, it won't take me that long, right? It takes way longer in trading. And so slow down. I know we all have goals, we all have deadlines, but it's okay. My grandpa used to say in 100 years, no one's going to remember anyway. And my kids are like, oh, that's awful. What a terrible expression. It's really powerful because we worry about all these things like, oh, I have a funding challenge that's going to renew or something like that, or I have to achieve, whatever it is that you want to achieve in a certain amount of time. It's okay. Slow down. You're going to get there when you get there. Risk appropriately, and you'll find that it's much easier that way.
Actually, I have a couple of things I want to tap into. Not the least, I want to go back to that schematic that you just draw there, because I think there's a lot of lessons and a couple of more to be uncovered. But before you say so, I think what you just mentioned right just now, that the fastest way in trading, right, to success is not doing things hastily. That's the lesson that I learned. Doing things, carefully, and perhaps it may seem slowly, right? Taking less trades, but more selective. Putting a lot of emphasis on executing, being very filter out all the noise and only looking for one setup, for example, it can, in the end, after a number of weeks, even though you're taking less trades, because you're so much better in the execution, in handling all sorts of other things, because you're focusing on less things, on making it simple, you're more likely to have a better execution, better adherence to your plan. And in the end, that will be the fastest way, even though it's slower, the fastest way to success. I've seen this many times personally on my in my experience. If I try to do more, it does not necessarily get me further in the same amount of time.
That's right.
So it's something to think about for sure. There was one. Actually, we have one question here. And I think what I wanted to, from Oliveira, we have one question here. It says, how we build or rebuild our thoughts and behavior, because those are the things that we can manage better. Emotions. I think emotions are less manageable, although I think you can indirectly, of course, manage them. How do we rewire ourselves basically to be better in trading? How do we do that according to you? And this is the exact same question that I had for you. How do we apply this for our trading? I know you mentioned already a couple of examples, but between them two, for example, behavior and thoughts, should we start with which ones should we start with?
So I think a lot of times, so you mentioned the word subconscious. So subconscious means that we are not aware of it. Okay. So I have heard another psychologist that, to be perfectly honest, I don't think particularly highly of what she was saying to the trading community. And she was she was getting hired to analyze the subconscious of these traders to help them be better traders. Okay, in full disclosure, you do not need that. I think it was nonsense. I don't know what she was doing.
You're very frank. I like that.
So probably a little too frank, but you have the power to uncover your the thoughts. You can discover the thoughts that are impacting you. I do my best thinking in the shower, okay? Wherever, or on a walk with my dogs, like really thinking about, okay, what is driving my behavior? Why am I taking these awful trades, these FOMO trades? What is it? And then spend some time quietly thinking about what it is. What are your fears? Be real honest with yourself. What are your fears? What are your motivations for doing these things? And whatever they are, it's fine. But you need them to be conscious to you. You need to know what they are. And that can really help. And then devise some kind of mantra that you know is true. So, for example, I also struggle with, I don't like to take losers, right? I don't like to see my stop loss get hit. So I have to be very conscious of saying like what it means when a stop loss gets hit. It's basically an insurance policy that I take out on a trade. It means nothing about who I am, my ability to trade. Those thoughts aren't helpful, but it is helpful to remember these are the things that I will say to myself and try to have front of mind when I'm watching a trade head towards a stop loss. So this is a valid trade, right? In order for that to be true, you need to make sure it is true. So you need to know what your setup is. So like Victor said, having one setup is a great idea, right? Because then it's very clear whether it was a trade that fits your trading plan or doesn't. I risked appropriately. And what that means to me is I risked the amount that I intended to risk. If I have decided that $300 per trade is my amount that I'm willing to risk, but I decided I'm going to risk $1,000 instead, I didn't risk appropriately. So if I meant to risk $300 and I risked $300, okay, I risked appropriately. I took a valid trade. I risked appropriately. Every trader takes losses, despite what you hear on social media. Truly, every trader takes losses. And I have to be okay with losing, right? Those are the things. I'm missing one. This is valid trade. I risked appropriately. Every trade's losses. Losing is a part of the game. Losing is a part of being a trader.
And
Okay?
these are the mantras you use yourself, right?
Absolutely. So when in particular, if I'm in a losing trade and if I'm feeling nothing, right? It's not bothering me at all, then there's nothing to do, right? So there are some traders that it just doesn't bother them. They already have a very relaxed mindset about trading, and so they don't need this, okay? For most of us, that's not the case. For most of us, we need reminders of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and then we can overcome that feeling of emotion or impulsive behavior. So reminding yourself, this is a valid trade, I risked appropriately. Everybody takes losses, despite what you hear on social media. Everybody loses, right? Even the top traders in the world, they lose, they take losses. Losing is part of being a trader. It's just what it is, right? It's like rain. Sometimes it happens, okay? And I have to be okay with losing. You cannot, I don't believe that there's any trader in the world, any successful trader in the world that is simply not okay with losing, right? It's just part of it. It doesn't mean that they like it, right? Back to the professional and Olympic athletes that we were talking about earlier. Nobody enjoys losing. Nobody wants to lose. We all want to win, right? We all want to win. That's why you work so hard to be a trader, to be an Olympic athlete, whatever it is. But there's always a loser. And so you have to be okay with losing and then reflecting, what can you do different? You know, maybe you need to put in more screen time. Maybe it just wasn't your day, right? There are days where I will take multiple trades and I just lose, right? The same trade that any other day would have worked just fine or great, that day it just loses. It's just part of it, right? So we really have to be okay with losing. This all pertains to your thinking. And then back to what I said before about what you can do with your behavior. So if you're watching a trade head toward your stop loss and you feel you're starting to sweat, you're getting nervous, your heart rate's elevating, you're feeling tempted to move your stop, right in that moment, you can sit up at your desk, shoulders back, head tall, lift your chin up and smile, right? It seems crazy, but smile. And you're sending the message to your brain, I'm okay. This is what I do. This is just part of being a trader. And you can do some box breathing. You can prepare ahead of time. I have videos on YouTube if you want to check it out of how you can kind of warm up to be a trader and prepare for the trading session. That makes it so much easier. Not perfect, right? But it makes it so much easier to make the right decisions, to do the right things, to leave your stop where you mean it to be, and to make the right choices so that you can ultimately be a better trader.
That is a whole lot of good advice right there. And when is the best moment to do these things, right? You mentioned two things basically. One is the thought, right? This is a valid trade, and consciously thinking about and actually saying that, right? Because they're mantras, you said. Saying them perhaps out loud. Do you say them out loud?
You can. I don't personally, but there's no reason you can't. There are other things in my life that I'll say out loud, right? Like if my kids are losing their mind and I need to, that's harder for me to calm down in that situation. And I can say like, take it easy, relax. When I'm driving, sometimes I'll speak out loud. So there's nothing wrong with saying it out loud. I can't think of any time that I have said it out loud, but I'm pretty good at like hearing my own voice. So I don't really feel a need to, but you absolutely can, especially if you're home alone or you're, wherever you trade is by yourself. Absolutely you can say it out loud.
I don't
Whatever
have
works better.
I don't have to be alone. If people watch me walking
Yeah.
on the street, they will see me almost. I don't know if they actually see me, but I think they might see me talking to myself. And
Yeah.
it may look very, very weird because obviously it looks like I'm not okay
Yeah.
mentally. But
Well, you'd be surprised. Yeah,
but
sorry to interrupt you. You go ahead and I'll
no, yeah, but I think you know what, I don't want to sound you know how do you say that, arrogant or in any way at all, not, but it works for me, and I
yeah.
need to take responsibility for my life and for my action and for my performance. In the end, it's not, you're not doing things for the Joneses, right? You're doing it for yourself. You have to do things that make sense and and if this is something that helps me, I do that all the time. I talk to myself,
Right.
alone or not. And obviously, I'm not gonna go talk aloud there because I try to hide it. But if I still do it, and they
Yeah.
might actually catch me, doing that, and I'm okay with that, right?
Yeah.
I know I'm sane,
Yeah.
and and that's all that matters. In the
Right.
end, opinions are just opinions, and if this is working for me, if it makes me a better person by being more reflective about my emotions, my behavior, that triangle you just that
Mhm.
triad you just had depicted there, my thought process, then by all means I want to do that. I want to become better,
Mhm.
and if that's
Yeah,
something that's going to help me,
absolutely.
I want to do it. So I'm not going to shy away
Mhm.
from doing that. And actually, I do it a lot in trading.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is something you can correct me or tell me if I'm doing it not perfectly, but naturally, innately, I when I was struggling with my psychology and trading with bad behavior, the thing that I started doing that helped me a lot is have a conversation with myself. I know it sounds
Mhm.
weird
Mm-mm. Not
because,
weird.
well, I thought it was weird at the beginning because who
Mhm.
does that? But I was doing a actual conversation, and I still do it with myself, and it helped me a lot, to
Mhm.
take both sides of the conversation in your
Right.
head. Why am I doing this? Okay, maybe it is of this, but I still think of having multiple positions.
Mhm.
Um, in terms of stances and opinions and how you feel about things, and while you're just having a conversation with yourself, but it helped me
Mhm.
a lot, giving me by thinking that and saying it actually out loud, I actually have a better understanding of why I do things, why I feel a certain way, why my
Yeah.
reactions are a certain way. Actually, much I get a deeper understanding than just if I just think about it without having that conversation with myself. I always thought it was something weird.
It's not weird.
but-
Not weird at all.
But I'm glad you are confirming it isn't.
Well, and I will say, not only is it not weird, but it's a really good practice. And it kind of makes me think of when I read. Not only do I like highlight and underline, but I learn better if I write out what I'm reading. So like important points, and it's completely unnecessary, right? Nobody's giving me a test on whatever book I'm reading. But I understand it better, I remember it better, and I integrate it better into what I'm doing if I write it out. And so it's not weird. And in fact, I mean, there are a lot. I don't know who it is, but there's another she's a track and field person. And I love this video clip of her. I have it on I think it's on my YouTube, and she's looking down it's a long jump, I think. And she's like looking down, and you can tell, I don't mean nobody's home. Like, I mean, she is in the stadium and it's like nobody's there. She is talking to herself. She is seeing it's only her and this like path or whatever. I'm not a track and field person, so I don't know what it's called. But anyway, it's her in this path and she's talking to herself. And it's so incredible. And, I'm really not a big sports fan, but I love the sports psychology stuff. George Kittle is oh man, everybody's probably going to know who he is. And I can't remember what team. I know he's on a team that has a red jersey, but he is a famous American football player. And he goes out. There are actually quite a few examples where he goes out on the field and he talks to himself, and he's loud about it.
Really?
He talks to other people. He talks to himself. Oh yeah, I'll have to find it. It's on my YouTube. And he says things like, you're strong, you're confident, you're so blessed to be here. My words, not him, but that's the gist of what he's saying. You don't feel pain. Pain is, a luxury, that kind of thing. And he's talking to himself and giving him the ideas that he wants to carry into the game with him. And so that's really important. You can do that as a trader too. I gave you my mantra, but you could say like, I am confident. I know what I'm doing. I have studied this stuff, and maybe it doesn't feel 100% genuine, but over time you'll live up to that standard more, and then it'll become more true, right? Because if you're taking the right trades and the trades that you mean to, even if they need modification, as time goes on, just doing the right trades that you intend to take is really huge growth as a trader. So there was something else that you said that I wanted to comment on, but so anyway, the point is, I don't think it's weird at all. I think it's actually, I know what it is. Your brain moves faster than your mouth. So you can have thoughts more rapidly than you can speak. That's really important to know as a trader, that if you require yourself to speak out loud what you're doing, that's called commentating, by the way. You're commentating just like a sports commentator. You're giving the play-by-play of what you're doing. You cannot speak as fast as you can think. So if you are requiring yourself to say what you're doing, why you're doing it, speak through it, it slows that process down. Same with using a checklist. If you're into checklists and you require yourself to check off, you can't do that as quickly as you can speak, and you can't speak as quickly as you can think. So all of those mechanisms help you slow down as a trader and be more thorough. So also an excellent technique, Victor.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Because because the same thing as we talked about the colors, right? Something that doesn't make sense at first sight, that it will have some effect on how you feel or how you behave. But I think, not being a layman here on the topic, I think it is the colors, and the same thing is when we say things out loud, our mind, it triggers something in our minds. That's my thought. Not being a specialist on this, it triggers something on your mind that can have a positive or negative effect on you, right? If you say something, something positive, just the fact that you're ears are hearing yourself, those words being spoken, even if it is by yourself, or the fact that you're forcing yourself to slow down to pronounce word by word these sentences, that has some, it's not magic, but it has something like a feedback loop, positive in this case, that will have your mind trigger a certain circuit, which is then positive in this case, and that will perhaps release something, that neurotransmitter or whatnot, that will then have some emotions, or less fear, less anxiety, and perhaps more confidence, and that's going to affect the rest of what you do. So I really think it's powerful stuff what you're discussing right here. I didn't know about that sportsman. I didn't know, actually, if we talk about American football, I wouldn't be able to name any player. But yeah, so I'm glad you gave us that example.
Yeah, that's there's, if you're interested in documentaries, for anybody in the chat that is interested, there's two others that are really excellent. One is Inside the NHL, and the best episode on that series, they're all great, but the third one is really good, because it's a goalie, and goalies lose all the time, right? They lose a lot of shots relative to other people. Like if you're an attackman and you're taking a shot, well, you might miss from time to time, but it's like higher consequence when a goalie misses a shot, right? So the third episode is really great. And then the George Kittle, he's highlighted in the series, I think it's called Quarterbacks, even though he's not a quarterback. They highlight him, and I think it's because he's such an interesting person, and has such an interesting persona and way that he goes about things. So if you need something to watch this weekend that is trading related but isn't, I recommend those to really help yourself. And yeah.
All right. So the name of the series you just mentioned is Quarterback, is one of them, and
I think it's called Quarterback. Yeah.
Okay.
Inside the NHL. I'll write them in the chat.
Okay. All right. So if you could do that, and the other one you mentioned about the goalie, is that the same series or another one?
Third episode.
Okay.
I'll put it in there. And then the other one is Quarterback.
I think we have some very, very funny viewers out here. I like this. Every time Oliviera says this, every time I need expert advice, I talk to myself, because of I know better. Oliviera is saying, I like that. Good one. Yes, perfect. So you put it in the chat. Quarterback, both on Netflix. Great. And while people are watching this, and everyone at Netflix, by the way, if you're part of that company, hit the like button, right? We're mentioning your company. So hit the like button and do us return the favor.
That's
right. So the market, while we're talking, EU has just been going sideways for, I don't know, why. Usually we don't know why the market does what it does, if there isn't like a very clear indication, from news or some structures. In my case, we just don't know. But the speech might have been already done, right? The speech should have started an hour and 12 minutes ago or so.
Yeah. It looks like on Forex Factory, it looks like it's grayed out, so it looks like it's finished.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily say that, but yeah, it looks like it's finished.
Okay, perfect. So yeah. So coming back to these things you mentioned. So basically, you said to have a list of mantra is a suggestion to have the right thoughts, the right kind of thoughts. And the other one was not faking, but doing some physical things that will trigger your mind to feel better or feel in a certain way. You mentioned smiling in an anxious situation, doing the power pose, and some other. I think you mentioned some other things you said we could do, like chest out
Yeah.
and standing tall,
Mm-hmm.
and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Smiling.
Smiling,
Mhm.
yes, you said smiling. Um,
Mhm.
and I ask you, when do you do this? When is the best
Mhm.
time to apply these things? Is there any specific time we should be doing this, or is it better before? Is it better during? Maybe in the morning, as soon as we wake up. Is that a thing, or?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's totally dependent on what you want and what you need, and that could totally change. So maybe this is part of your. Maybe you get up in the morning and you say a prayer, and maybe that's part of your practice. Maybe you get up in the morning and you practice yoga, and as you're doing like arms overhead and head to the sky, maybe you're adding a little smile in there and just thinking about your trading and how this is how you want to feel as a trader. But maybe none of that is part of what you do. So you can do anywhere from 30 seconds to 10-minute pre-market routine. So you could come to your desk and you could do this. I have a couple different ones on YouTube where you do the power pose, and we kind of go through a couple different things that you can think about that'll sort of bring your awareness to the here and now. Visualizing not only taking a win, but also more importantly, visualizing yourself taking a loss, and then going through and visualize yourself doing it correctly, right? Correctly meaning that you don't want to take a loss with the elevated heart rate, sweating, flushed. You want to be calm and collected. And that doesn't mean if you're not there, that's an issue. You want to just practice getting there, but if you don't want to do anything before the trading session and you still need help, you could do it actually while you're trading. So while you're trading and the asset is moving against your trade, you can smile, you can, sit up, you can shoulders back, you can do box breathing. If you're feeling particularly nervous about a trade, box breathing is a really simple thing that you can do in the actual moment. So breathing in for 4 seconds through your nose, excuse me, holding for 4 seconds, exhaling through your mouth for 4 seconds, and then holding for 4 seconds again. It's called box breathing because it's 4 seconds in, hold 4 seconds, exhale powerfully for 4 seconds, and then hold for 4 seconds. That'll help your nervous system calm down and help you feel more relaxed in the actual moment. It takes 12 seconds to do one. You could knock out a couple rounds of it in under 30 seconds, and you don't need to change your trading day at all. You can just do it right when you're sitting there watching the price action on the chart. So it really depends on how much you need and you feel like you're willing to invest or commit. And that could change over time, right? Like there might be a time when you need a lot of support and you really maybe you're a newer trader and you really want to get better at that. You might make that a big part of your practice. And then as time goes on, maybe you don't need as much. Maybe you don't need as much, but your kids are going back to school, or you're had a fight with your spouse, or your dog is sick in the living room or something. Whatever the stress is, maybe any given Thursday, you need a little bit extra. So all of this stuff is very versatile and you can kind of pick and choose. It's like working out, right? Yes, it's great to do, but maybe you don't do it every day. And there's times when your body needs something else, right? If you're sick, maybe it's not a great time to work out. Save it for when you're healthy. Same thing. Sometimes you might need more, sometimes you might need less. It's up to you. You can do it on your own whenever and however you like.
All right, I think our audience, if you are enjoying, and I'm sure you are, everything we just discussed right here, remember, there is a button which you can support us with. That is the like button. The subscribe this channel to this channel button. You know where to find it. I won't need to explain that to you. But if you do enjoy this this part of our stream, do not forget about those buttons. And I think we have some action in the market while we were talking.
Really?
We have gold moving, gold, everyone paying attention, gold coming up. I'm gonna switch to my screen. I will show you, all of you in the chat, what I think about gold, and then we can perhaps talk a little bit more about gold. Maybe Deanna, maybe you have a thought or two about that. I'm gonna break it down in terms of what we see here, right? This is the monthly time frame. Always my top analysis, my top-down analysis from the top, right? That's why it's called top-down analysis. We have a fresh order block right here on the monthly, right? We are at the beginning of the month, meaning that is a extremely fresh order block that is being retested right now. It's the first bearish structure that has been created since 2023. So it's quite some time. We haven't seen this before. Doesn't mean it's going to change everything right away, but it is something on the monthly time frame that we could possibly trade with. And that is this bearish order block. We see it right there. We have a weekly order block, which is fresh, which is against that monthly. So that monthly time frame has to wait for alignment, because there is no alignment right now. If anything, we're finding bullish structures being created the last couple of weeks. Bullish structures being created and retested. Look at that beautiful retest right there. I would give it an 8 out of a 10. And then there is another retest on which just happened last week, closed as a bullish order block, and that's this order block right here. And if we zoom in a little bit, we can notice that, of course, the week hasn't gone by yet. It's only Tuesday. But we already see that even that today, look at that wick. The arrow is covering it, but the wick is retesting that order block very beautifully. That's exactly the price action we want to see, because this is something we can trade, and that is what we're seeing. So the weekly is building order blocks upon each other, and on the lower time frames, let's say the daily, we don't see that continuation yet into higher time frames, but what we can see is that actually there isn't anything to be traded on the daily time frame from the current place where we are at. Let me delete that there. Let me delete that arrow. But we do have, on both sides, we have structures, right? We have a bullish order block, a bullish quasi that has been activated already, and this is the reaction, and we have a second retest of that same entry order block on the quasi, with also being reacted upon. So based on this, we have alignment from the daily and the weekly to expect price to continue for some time higher. Okay, so we have that scenario, and that scenario is well and kicking. If we go to the H4, what we have is actually a sell scenario from these areas. If this fails, then we will come back. Then we will be at alignment with the daily and the weekly, which is very nice, right? So I like to think of it as tests, right? Where the market is being tested. If it is like dichotomous, right? If it's a no, it means something, and if it's a yes, it means another thing. Obviously, that sounds very logical and obvious, but if you think in that way, you can entertain opposing ideas, opposing scenarios, even while they're opposing, perfectly fine, because you have a way to know when each one is becoming more relevant and less relevant. And the most relevant on the lower time frame, on the daily, is this H4 order block. We are currently going to, well, we don't know for sure, but we will likely be retesting this in the coming hours, which is this H4 order block. Obviously that's a short setup. And just now I was talking about a weekly, a daily, and a possible H4. And what I mean by that is that if we break this overlap, which is to me one of the better places for price to reverse from, if we fail to reverse from that area as a supply area, then to me everything switches back, because this is, we don't know for certain, but we this is, if price is going to reverse, this is the one of the best places for it to do so. And if it doesn't, and we'll get some information in, I don't know, maybe half an hour from now, maybe even quicker, it looks like it's going to break it. And if it does, that's fine, but that's going to give us information, right? That's the market telling us something that we can use going forward, because then the H4 will be in alignment with the daily and the weekly again, right? And that's useful information we can trade on in terms of the direction. So before I said there wasn't much to be traded, but that changed. There is a possibility right here. We can see how the market came back to retest these consolidation, the consolidation rate area to the left. We had multiple structures that were overlapping, that were used for price, and actually also have one here, hasn't been touched, that were used. I think it was even invalidated according to me, but it does not matter. Sort of a like a fake breakdown. And this is the area. So we have an H4, and we also have on the H1, we have another order block that is being retested right now. It's on the 6th candle after its creation. Depending on how picky you are with your order blocks, that may or may not still be fresh. But you can see that the overlap, that's the area that I'm interested in to possibly take a trade from. Okay, and actually on we can even see here how it reacts from that order block. Isn't that beauty? Isn't such a beauty thing, a beautiful thing? Let's zoom in and see if we can find something to pinpoint this area. This area is quite tight already, right? I don't know if it's gonna reverse from there. I mean, nobody knows. Anyone who says to you that they know for sure something is gonna happen in the market, I wouldn't, I wouldn't pay too much attention, because nobody really knows. So it's a $1.25, 21 more or less. It could be less, or it could be a little bit different, but that's more or less what it is. We have a quasi right here on the H1. This is actually an H1 order block, and that means that the freshness, what I just mentioned, is irrelevant, right? So we can trade this regardless of the freshness, meaning this is even a better area. I do see that momentum, so you need to be sure of your signal, and we can identify this as one order block on the 15-minute, and let's mark this. That this would be the quasi. It's not the biggest quasi out here. Actually, we can mark the biggest quasi, and that's actually always better. If there is a bigger quasi, it's always to do it from the bigger structure, right? So that's the neckline right there on the 15. Let's mark that. I may or may not have a quasi neckline for the 15. I do have it. And what do we see? This is the fib midline, and that's we don't have anything here. There was something that was taken away. That's the second one. And actually, this is the only order block we have right here. So this is the area given by the H1, and there is a 50-minute here. So this is the moment of truth for everyone watching. If you're trading gold, if you think, if you have a bias, if you have other reasons to be wanting to short gold, I would be very much paying attention to what price does here, right? So what's the behavior? How does it react to these order blocks? In particularly, I wanted to touch this first, and then I want to see what it does. If it goes through it, like hot butter through knife, not hot butter through knife. Yes, that's exactly what I said. No, like hot knife through butter. Then then the sell scenario is an unlikely scenario, right? We're thinking in probability here, so that's likely not going to happen. It may still happen, but it's not likely. So, but and on the other hand, if you see that the market, hits a wall there, or goes, squeezes a little bit, but has a very violent reaction, creates an outside bar, whatever it is that you consider you use to read the market as a very bearish sign, that could be inside bar or outside bar, even the break of an inside bar, that could indicate that it hits something relevant, and that's what you're wanting to see. So you want to see how price behaves right here in this area after it interacts with it. It can have wicks going higher or not. That's fine. But it needs to interact with that area, because to me, that's the highest probability area for price to gravitate to and respond to, right? So something like that, if we start getting this movement with or without wicks, as I said, then I think this is a great area, and this is, as well, as long as the H1 hasn't, which is this order block, hasn't been invalidated. Once the H1 is invalidated, to me, it's all over. And if price action doesn't confirm by slowing down, compressing, creating reversal patterns on the 1, 2, 3 minutes, then it's likely nothing, and we're just going to continue. Then what I just said, the sell scenario is going to be unlikely, lower probability, and we're going to continue to go higher. And following the daily idea, we're going to go back perhaps to this order block on the daily time frame, right, which is above us. So we're talking about 3,398.33, at least on this price feed. What are your thoughts on gold, Deanna? Since everyone is watching gold all the time, and I don't mean they're watching their jewelry.
Yeah, gold is definitely a favorite here, and for good reason, right? Here is a question. I think you already answered this, but if Joseph, you still have your question, let us know, and Victor can answer. What are the points between that on gold? But I do think you just answered, Victor. So yeah, definitely. As you know, I'm looking at the previous day high and previous day low on any asset I'm trading. Right now, gold is stuck between yesterday's price action. So had some nice bullish activity in gold yesterday. Yeah, thank you, Victor. And right now we're just kind of sticking between there. So gold has been shaping up nicely. Recently, we had a push higher and then a nasty move down. But to me, still kind of in this consolidation here. So I would want to see gold break out of that before I really, really start to focus on gold. But for right now, kind of on a smaller scale, I want to see price break out of yesterday's price action before I would really get interested. But it's kind of the same story in the S&P. It just seems like the market hasn't started yet. It's starting to pick up a little bit more in the S&P, but right now in gold, we're just kind of in between those two important points.
And we have news coming in soon.
Yeah.
We have the PMI, which is going to be in 27 minutes and 40 some seconds or 30 some seconds. That's also very interesting, because of course that could be something that moves the market. Let me see. I think I took away. That's the line. Okay, so it's on my chart, so people can't see it, but I will show it in a little while. We're very near that area, and the area. I think it was Joseph asking, what point is that between? If you're meaning the area where I would be for a short, that is between. Thank you, Deanna. 73, not mentioning the 3,300, 73, 60, 69, and on this price feed in any case, right? So, and 75, right? So between 75 and 74.31 actually, right? If you guys see it on my chart, it's the blue highlighted area. That's the one that is right there. So it's 74.31 is the lower. We can go there on the 1 minute. Let's go there and see see price as it reacts to it. Maybe we can do some. This looks very, very powerful, and it looks like it's going to go like a hot knife, not like hot butter. Um, so we're just gonna see it, right? We're here to not predict the market, right? We're here to just react upon the market, see what the market is doing, understand what it wants to do, and then decide whether we want to be part of that move or not. And that's it. To me, that's being a trader. We're not moving anything here. We're tiny microbes following a wave. Yeah, we have no effect whatsoever on anything we see. We're just deciding whether or not we get into it or not.
That's right. That's right. I know we tend to think that we have sway in the market, and unfortunately, that's just not the case.
All right. So we are seeing here. This is not the market reacting to that level at all. So what does that tell us? If it indeed closes like this, we'll have to see what happens at the end of the hour. But what this tells me is that the sell scenario is, if this doesn't change anytime soon, right? And what do I mean by change? What I mean by that is, if we go, this is already the 1 minute, right? This is the neckline, right? This does not look at all as a market that wants to reverse, right? It's so far away from breaking structure. It just closed above that. It's only on the 1 minute, and that area is an hourly area. So a close there on the 1 minute doesn't mean necessarily everything. Actually, doesn't mean a lot. But the market structure, as the market is getting to that area, how it behaves, that's our cue. And so far, this is not looking back, right? So there's nothing to do here for the sellers, at least on my side. I'm not going to touch this if I want to, take a sell from here. I don't want to, right? You're not going to, it's like standing before a freight train. You're not doing that, because you're not going to stop that. With my 75 kilo weight, I'm not going to stop, 100, if not thousands of tons moving my direction. That's impossible. That's basically what we need to understand. So to me, this is clear. Well past the London highs, Timothy is telling us, yes, I think that is based on what we just saw, the reaction, the price action on that area. I would agree with Timothy. To me, that area, I wanted to have the reaction, and it can still come. But the more it goes, the higher it goes, the less likely it is. The more time frame closes, it's already closing on multiple time frames, even on the 5 minute. Look at that outside bar. That's strength. That is strength. That is not weakness. That's not compression, deceleration, trying to, attempt to go lower. Not at all. This is the opposite. This is telling us it's going, get ready because I'm coming. That's what gold is telling us. And we need to be either with the strength, with momentum, or get away, how do you say that? Get out of its way.
Get out of Dodge. I don't know why that's the expression, but that's the expression. You got to get out of Dodge.
Get out and dodge.
Get out and dodge? Oh, I thought it was get out of Dodge.
Oh,
that
okay.
makes more sense though.
I've never heard it before, but it makes sense to me. I thought you said get out and dodge because incoming, right? Oh, yeah. Incoming, and you gotta dodge the bullet.
Okay, so it is. I thought yours made more sense, but get out of Dodge is an idiom that means to leave a place quickly, because it's from Dodge City, Kansas, which was known for its wild and lawless atmosphere. So it is get out of Dodge. But okay. I think yours makes a lot more sense.
I'm not an American. That was what I heard. But thank you for that. So it is get out.
Get out of Dodge. Yeah.
Get out of Dodge. Dodge being an unsafe place in some city.
That's right. Apparently.
Okay. Get out of Dodge. Okay. All right. So in that case, traders should get out of Dodge.
There you go.
We learn more than just trading right here.
That's right. That's right.
If you want to improve your idioms, here we are.
And it's fun that we have fun together too, Victor, because like this is a good point here. We should all be a little bit more comedic, right? That's really good advice too. We take trading so seriously, and it is serious. It is very serious and very, it's not a laughing matter, but we can all benefit by just like taking it down a notch and, being a little bit more carefree. Maybe we won't feel like so intensely we have to succeed. And that could help us improve, actually.
I think being relaxed, and that's what it is similar to being more comedian, quote unquote, is being more relaxed about everything, about the market, about your account, about yourself, about your appearance. Don't take yourself too serious. That's basically in the same lane. I think and it's not synonymous with being mediocre. It's just being relaxed and being focused, focusing on the right moment. There's a moment to focus and not being all jokingly about things. But the rest of the time, usually, you don't have to be all thrown up and watching with squared eyes to the screen, the rest of the hours you're trading. And I think that, and that's part of enjoying the process as well, right? In another life, I used to be spending my times in the OR, and you'd be surprised that the time that the sphere, the ambience that is created in there, it's actually to, not every time. It depends on who is in charge, but a lot of the time, there's music, and people are generally in good mood. And that's not all the time, right? There are tense moments, and there are, depending on what's happening, there's no place for music or anything, because
Right.
the moment doesn't give to be to be in that kind of ambience. But the majority of the time, things are moving smoothly, and you're doing your job. Everyone is doing their job. You're doing things that are very impactful for the other person, the one on the table. But that doesn't mean you have to be all serious, and you can still be light about it. Not light in a bad way, but light in the sense that relaxed and enjoying the moment and focusing at the right moment, and the rest of the time actually having a good time while doing it. And that's the same thing with the trader. There's so much similarities with trading and medicine in general. So that's something that I see again, right? You might think, and it is true, right? When you're certain moments, everything needs to be hyper alert, hyper focused, and be super precise, and everyone needs to be disciplined and know their role and do their thing at the right moment and doing the right time. And if not, the operating is too big for the two of us. You have to leave, basically. But it's something very similar with I suppose with trading as well, because there's a lot of space for lightness and being a little bit of a comedian. It sounds weird for thinking of that on the OR, but having a light sense of things while doing high pressure task is a good thing, I think.
Absolutely. Parenting too. Sometimes it's so hard, you just have to laugh or you'll cry, right? Find the humor in it.
Yes, and there's a lot of power in positive, being positive about things, positive vibe, creating that by having relaxing music for everyone. It's just not being tense. Tense tense isn't good, actually, but being focused is good. But if you feel too much tension in your body, then that's not good.
Right. That's for sure. Absolutely. We have about 18 minutes until the news happens. It was kind of a quiet, muted open, at least on the S&P. Gold, like you said, is still making moves, but right now it's just kind of a chill. This is kind of what you expect to see on a Monday, I would say. Doesn't it feel more like a Monday than a Tuesday? But maybe because price is waiting on that high impact news event coming up in about 17 minutes or so.
I'm from everywhere. Apparently, I'm from Philippines, and I'm proud to say I am. I'm from everywhere.
That's why he sees me walking in my neighborhood in the Philippines.
Yes. Let's see. All right. So we have the market has gone through that area like nothing. So it has no. Actually, we can still leave it there because on the hourly it hasn't been invalidated. And for those who don't know how I trade, um, I want to see. That's just one arbitrary rule that I follow. One of the rules that I follow, that I want to see the close above this area to invalidate it completely. If it doesn't close above it, then I can still look for possible reversal. And I like the fact that it left that wick, even though it's a couple of minutes young. It's not much yet. But the fact that if it keeps on leaving that wick there, that may be the beginning of a possible reaction. Who knows where that what it will mount to be. So far, it doesn't look at all as this is going to reverse from here. This is the line in the sand for me. It needs to break that. If it doesn't break that, there's nothing to do. It's just positive bullishness, and it's going to just likely gravitate, if not jump towards higher level. But if we start looking and we see some bearish structure being created, outside bars engulfing, and it is reacting from these structures, although we have very little information to that extent, but we can still look at. We have you said 15 minutes, yes, 14 minutes, and I would like to take a little minute here to invite everyone who is part of our Discord community. We're going to have a workshop in about 1 hour time. You're all invited. Get your favorite drink in one hand, and the other hand, I don't know, pen perhaps, to write down if we have some good, if we share some good info. It is within the Discord community of the 5ers. How you get in, you might ask yourself. Get your account with the 5ers. Become a member of our tribe. Get your as low as $39 for your high stake account, and that will give you, in the hub account, you will get a little icon to the left, at least to the left it is on my screen, where you can get free access. You don't have to pay anything for the Discord community. Just get your account and it comes free with it, and you can enjoy from all the perks of being part of our Discord community. One of them is having regular meetings with traders, and we share, as you can see, a lot. And we talk about the struggles. We celebrate together, and it's an awesome community to be part of. So, hi, Rammer. You're from the Philippines. Nice to know you. Nice to know you. The pleasure is all mine, Rammer. Let's see. What else? All right. So that's. Let's check on EU, perhaps on GU or some other pair. Let's see if we have some area. I'm gonna go. Maybe we can check UJ as well. We have been looking at that pair as well. Last couple of EU is the same. There isn't anything. Yes, there is an order block here. There is, but it's not fresh. It's not part of an quasi. So I'm not too interested in it. To me, it's just one pop. I can trade that as a scalp, of course. That could be part of my scalp setup, but it's not something that's going to change, because I don't think necessarily this is going to hold long term, because I don't. To me, that's not one of those prime order blocks that I trade all the time. So there isn't anything to look on, at least on this time frame. Yeah, I don't. There are a couple of structures here, about 3 order blocks that needs to be broken, and hasn't broken any of them yet. I do see that little pop. But it could be just the market, trapping traders in as it goes even lower. So we'll have to see later on how that goes. Pound dollar. Let's look on the daily time frame, what it's looking for without doing the whole complete breakdown. This is an order block within a quasi on the daily time frame, which makes it a very interesting for the swing traders. not swingers, swing traders. We have here on the daily time frame the another daily structure, right? So if it comes back to this order block, I'd be very, very interested because we have a quasi which has reacted. Look at that big, almost outside bar on within that entry order block on the daily. Let's go to the H4. So that looks very interesting, but I want to see price come back. I want to see price come back and retest that order block on the daily. And there isn't, the quasi is all the way up here. So that wouldn't be a reason for us to get in, at least for me to get in. And there is actually an order block here that is interesting. That's the one right here. And it is, it's still fresh. That could be something. Let's see if I have, do we have an entry here? Do we have alignment? What's the close on this? 55, 85.5, and the closes. This is a nice one. I do like this one, which is, yeah, anything else it is no longer active. That's on the 2 minute, 2 hour, I mean. So if you go deeper, we did have, I like this better. This is the area that I want to be interested in, right? So that's the H1. Let's break it down and indicate this with some beautiful yellow lines. There we go. And there we go. All right, so that's the area. And then let's look at the even lower break. I'm very aware that if this breaks, there isn't anything to stop price. So it's going to go much, much lower. And it does look weak, but you do have enough, in my opinion, enough reasons to look for a long from here. But keep your stops close by because it does look weak. If it doesn't react, then it would be a nice short because of price. There is no break of structure. Look at that on the 5 minute. There, it does not break the neckline, so we keep out of it. That's a very beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. It does not break that neckline, and that's one thing that it needs to break the neckline for me. If it doesn't break it, I'll understand that it's not ready to reverse. Perhaps because it's not going to reverse. So I'm not taking this trade, although it looks very good from different perspective and time frame. But it's something that I, at least not currently, I'm not going to be taking. Although there is a smaller quasi. Normally, you want to be taking the biggest one, right? But if I do see multiple structures within that area that are telling me that it could be, nope, I don't see it. There isn't anything right here. All right, that's it. On a GU, there is an area, and what we're talking about is this area. We want to be looking for reasons to go long, but only if the market really show us the money. If it really shows us the indications that it is attempting to break free and go back to bullish order flow. Any pair you would like to look at, Deanna? We still have about a little less than 10 minutes, 8 to be exact. Maybe there's something on your side, on the equity side, to look at.
Absolutely. So the S&P right now just isn't really doing a whole lot. So we have this sideways consolidation. Price is just kind of stuck in this. It's really been since the Asian session opened yesterday, or for me yesterday. But when the Asian session opened, price was kind of stuck in this little range. It's expanded a little bit, but oops, no, here's what I'm take that off. It's expanded a little bit. It started here and then it kind of swept those lows and now it swept those lows again. So it keeps expanding but isn't really making any progress. And at least on the hourly chart, we kind of have it hit over yesterday's high, kind of dipped back in, tried again, dip back in, try it again. So really having trouble getting over yesterday's high and is currently sitting just below that. So this is something I'm going to be watching. Again, we have news coming up in 7 minutes, so things could, maybe we might see some additional volatility at that point. But right now, just kind of created, honestly, a shelf in both directions, a shelf with some highs here and then a shelf with some lows here that they're getting taken, but really not like moving from those lows getting taken. So that is what I will be keeping an eye on. And then also looking at gold as well. So here is gold. To me, this is a nice momentum trade. It is maybe a little bit late, but if price goes above the previous day high, it could also be interesting there if you can get in an entry as well. So those are the two that I'm going to be looking at to see if, in particular, if price gets above the previous day high and stays above, it could be a pretty nice move to the upside. Excuse me. What other questions do you have for us? We have just a few minutes, right around 5 minutes left.
Yes, Steven is asking us if the lowest account in price that is on the 5ers is 39 or 29. As far as I know, the last time I checked, it's 39. But check our website. I think it is 39. That is for the 5K account, high stakes account, which has high leverage, two-step with news restriction. So that's the only 39. For only 39 you could start having participating in the market and getting your payouts by bigger accounts and so on. So with 39 as well, that's what you get. You get the Discord. Someone asked about the link.
Yes.
The link isn't available just as a link. You have to actually buy an account. You have to be part of the family. You have to get in. You're all invited inside, but you do have to buy an account. And once you're inside the 5ers as a client on the hub account, you will find on the lower left corner of your hub, your dashboard, there will be a little icon there. If you can't see it, then consult with the live agents are waiting for you to help you get inside our Discord community. And there's a lot of value in there. We have these talks. We have 5 times a week. Rich, our performance coach, in-house performance coach for the 5ers, as well as LJ, and I believe Mike, also, and myself. We try to give you the best we can, everything we can to help you become better. Adjust, help you overcome those things we had to deal with as well, right? As traders, we learn from falling ourselves, or by watching other fall, right, making errors, or by someone telling us where the mines are laid, right, where you need to watch out, and how others by observing, basically, and learning the theory of what to avoid and how to do things. And we go through these things, and they're very free form, in the sense that you can participate and have a saying in the topics we discuss, and whatever it is that you need help with. So there isn't a Discord link. It's an icon inside of the dashboard. Okay, let's see. There was one question here. Ramer is asking if the 5ers is connected to TradingView. I'll have to think hard. I haven't connected it myself, and I don't know. I haven't checked, to be honest. Is it?
Yeah. I don't think so. I've only ever used MT5 with I don't remember seeing that. So in the chat, probably folks can let me make sure I'm saying this correctly. You can connect TradingView to MT5. I've just started to dabble with this. Dirk has talked me into exploring this. So you can connect your TradingView to MT5 to send signals from TradingView, but 5ers itself is connected to MT5. So hopefully that's correct, how I'm saying that.
And if not, if people want to explore this possibility, that's why we have live agents waiting for you to help you, right? For this question, with these support questions, I am a trader. I'm a funded trader. We are, but obviously we're not support, so we don't know all the answer to these great questions, by the way. But yeah, good question, Ramer. Thank you for that. We have
It's time
come.
to go.
Yes, it's time to go.
We've used up our time.
It
Remember,
is. It is.
remember
Why?
high
But
impact news.
why, Deanna? Why? I just
'Cause
ask myself why. Why do we have to go? I don't understand.
well, I got to get to work. I got to get the New York session has opened. We have 2 minutes till high impact news. It's time to go get it in the New York session. So, hope everybody's trading day goes great. And Victor, it's always great to hang out with you. So great to see you. Thanks for all your engagement in the chat as always, and we'll see you next time.
Yes, indeed. On that note, I would like to thank all of you for your attention, for being here. And I would like to let you know that we appreciate you. We appreciate you watching and you listening to us. We truly do appreciate your attention, the time that you spend with us. We know your time is precious. And as a token of your appreciation in return, I would like to ask you to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Watch out for the news that's coming out in about 20 seconds. If you're in the high stake account, you're not allowed to open a trade 2 minutes before. So we're already in that window, and 2 minutes after the news. Otherwise, the profits you get will not count, but the losses will. So on that note, thank you for being here. And it has been all my pleasure being streaming for you guys. And Deanna, as always, you are a pleasure to stream with.
Thanks, Victor. You as well. Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.